Freya comes through, 2 laps to go. Time taken over the final 200 metres. The idea here is to concentrate on the first couple of laps, get yourself ready, get yourself mentally prepared as you do the build-up. The big difference between our junior riders and our elites is the gear ratios. Our junior riders, they're on restricted gears, so we're going to see some very, very fast pedalling over the next hour. Freya gets underway, riding a nice line as she heads towards the bottom of the track. Starts the clock, heads down the back straight. Going to see a lot of riders well and truly up onto the top revs of this gear. Goes through the first 100 metres. So Freya Ingvarsson going to set the first time of the day from New South Wales. She goes across the line, 15.399 to get us underway. Our next rider out onto the track now, heading round the top of the banking to come down to get 2 laps to go. This is Miriam Williams from New South Wales, rider number 5. Bell sounds for Miriam as she comes down the banking nicely now, just using the last part of the bank just to get right up onto speed as she heads down the back straight. 17 riders looking for 16 spots to qualify through to the next round. We've had one scratching, unfortunately. Sienna Golding not riding today after doing so well yesterday in the individual pursuit. Miriam stops the clock. Fastest time so far, 14.508 for Miriam. A new rider coming in with 2 laps to go now. Rider number 11 representing South Australia. This is O'Hara Rattigan. Well, I'm truly moving that little bit quicker than the 2 New South Wales riders over that first lap and a bit. So really takes some experience and judgment to when you're going to launch the sprint for these riders on the small gears. They're all capable of getting well and truly on top of the gear ratio and pedalling it as fast as they possibly can. It's how long you can hang on to that top rev rate. O'Hara doing nicely as she goes through the first 100. Giving her best effort into the home straight. Always going to try and hold on to it and make it nice and strong to the line. She goes through. Second fastest time so far, 14.868. Now a new rider on the track heading down the back straight from Western Australia now. This is rider number 19. This is Caitlin Death. Good bike handling here from Caitlin, right up against the fence line. No fear being shown whatsoever on this Anna Meares Velodrome as she dives down now. Using all of the banking to get up onto speed, still coming in. She heads down the back straight, head goes down, giving it everything she possibly has, accelerating through the 150 mark there. There's some work to do over the last 75 metres here, Caitlin, as she comes into the home straight. Still moving nicely, she'll stop the clock. Second fastest time, 14.836 for Caitlin. Heading down the back straight now. Next of our West Australian riders, this is rider number 20. This is Ellis Smith. Another one of the riders from WA with the brand 86 deep dish wheels. Very popular wheel. It's come out of come with a number of riders from WA this week. So one of the bike shops over there is doing well. Beautiful piece of equipment. It's underway now. Using the banking nicely. Nice and smooth. This looks like one of the fastest ones through that 200 line so far here this afternoon. Goes through the first 100 with the quickest time so far. Home straight, nice and strong into the home straight. Ellis Smith will cross the line. Fastest time so far, 13.382 for Ellis Smith. Rider heading down the back straight now from Tasmania. Rider number 15 is Ellie Waldock. Ellis Smith sits top of the leaderboard for now. 13.382. That's a nice time. Some 1.2 seconds quicker than everyone else so far. So she's equipped herself very nicely. See how long she can sit in the hot seat for. And try and qualify as far up the list as she possibly can here. There's Ellie Waldock, the Tasmanian, top of the banking. She heads towards the home straight now. In the saddle still. Not getting out of the saddle to get up on top of the gear. Using the banking nicely though, as she heads down the back straight now, moving very quickly. We'll see how she's positioned through the first 100 metres. Second quickest at the moment, behind Smith. Waldock needs to just hang on to it up the home straight now. Gets out of the saddle just to get a little bit more out of the gear. Second fastest time, 14.425 for Ellie. The next rider out on the track now is rider number 13 from South Australia. This is Mackenzie Stevens. Walking through the pits this morning, seeing all the teams getting set up. Great numbers from all of our junior teams here. Great coaching staff as well, looking after the championships here this week as part of the Brisbane Cycling Festival. Mackenzie out of the saddle. Showing some good bike handling skills. She goes through the 200 now. Nice and smooth down the back straight here from the South Australian. She goes through the first 100. Second quickest time. Well, Smith's time standing up nicely through the first 100. We'll see where Mackenzie can finish off. Inside 14, but 13.741 goes to number 2 for now. A new rider on the track as she heads down the back straight is the rider from Queensland. This is rider number 8, Elise Vaughan. She'll come through this time. 2 laps to go. The scoreboard updates now. Elise Vaughan, number 8 from Queensland. Great opportunity to use your home track for a national championships. Up pace nicely, out of the saddle, using the banking, now dives down. Queensland's such a rich history with sprinting over the decades. Really trying to get everything out of that gear she can here, Elise. 6.9 through the first 100, a little bit of work to do up the home straight. Nice and smooth though, she goes to the line. Third fastest, 14.110 for Elise. Our next rider out on the track from New South Wales, rider number 3 is Allegra Bertov. She'll be setting the next time. Through the 200-metre tape. Moving nicely. This is going to be a challenge for the top spot by the looks of it. She goes through the first 100, still the second fastest time. Just goes to show how good a Smith's ride was early. It comes up, stops the clock. 13.545, just outside the time of Ellis Smith. She rode 13.3, so 13.5 for Allegra. Nice riding. Our next rider out onto the track, heading down the back straight. Another one of our New South Wales riders. This is Grace Alcock. She's going out to try and set the fastest time that she can. We've had 9 riders through already. We're looking for the top 16, 17 in all is what we're looking at to try and qualify here into the top 16 spots. We've had a scratching that we know of. Fifth fastest, 14.114. The rider from South Australia, number 10, is Molly Opperman. She's the next rider to go. Nice and high up on the banking. Almost looks like they're rubbing their elbow against the fence, doesn't it, when they get that high on the banking. South Australians sitting down back straight, giving a lot of support to their riders yesterday, and it looks like again today. Molly Opperman out of the saddle. Good crowd in here again for the Junior Championships. If you're watching us on the YouTube AusCycling page and you're in Brisbane, make your way over. Come and watch some racing, get part of the atmosphere. It's really nice in here. Third fastest through the first 100 for Opperman. Comes into the home straight. Can she get a bit quicker? Goes to the line, 13.705. Another rider under 14 seconds here. She goes to number 3. Now, a new rider on the track, just at the top of the banking. As soon as I say that, she drops down to the Blue Stars line. But it's Jasmine Gill from Victoria, number 16. She's got 2 to go. Riders just spend this next lap just concentrating at the job at hand, just going through where they're going to dive down the banking, where they're going to build up speed in their minds. They'll have done this, practiced this dozens and dozens of times, but you never get the same feeling in training as what you do in racing. That little bit of added pressure, wanting to get it right. Jasmine Gill comes in this time. She'll receive bell lap. Using the banking now to build up speed. Out of the saddle nicely. Sits down now. Get herself on top of the gear as she goes through the 200 here. As she heads down the back straight now. Moving very rapidly indeed. We'll see how she goes through the first 100. Fifth fastest for now. Just goes to show how good a ride it was from Ella Smith earlier on. Out of the saddle, just getting a little bit more out of the gear. Gets herself up to 4th, so she was better over the last 100 than the first. Good fight back there from Jasmine Gill. Gets herself up into 4th place for now. 12 riders have gone. Rider coming into the home straight now with 2 laps to go. Rider number 9 from Queensland. This is Hannah Walters. Another one of our local riders familiar with this track. We'll see what Hannah can do here in the 200-metre qualifying. Fastest time so far is Ella Smith from Western Australia. She's ridden 13.38. Then we've got Allegra Baratov, 13.54. And then Molly Opperman, 13.70. And Jasmine Gill, 13.71. Then Mackenzie Stevens, 13.74. Hannah Walters using the banking nicely through the 200, heading down the back straight. See how she goes through the 100 here. Moving nicely, gets herself up onto third, not slowing down. Can she get a little bit stronger? Hang on to the pace in the home straight. Where's she going to stop the clock? 13.417 goes to number 2. Nice piece of riding, just missing out on the top spot for now. Nice riding there from Hannah. Get yourself as high up the list as you possibly can before we get the sprint rounds. As it gets seeded, fastest to slowest, you want to try and get the best you can. Give yourself an easier way through. The next rider, the rider from Victoria, very confidently through the bend as she comes into the home straight this time. This is Emilia Dudakova. Seen Emilia's brothers race in the junior ranks over the last few years here at Anna Meares Velodrome with great success. Also moving up into the PSL Road League as well, her brother Ollie. As she comes into the home straight now with 1 lap to go. Emilia dives down the banking, gets everything she possibly can out of the steep part of the bank to get on top of the gear. Moving nicely through the 200, well and truly on top of the gear. Looks very sharp going through the 100 here. Second quickest through the first 100. Can she get a little bit stronger in the last 100 and take top spot? Yes, she can. 13.375 by the barest of margins. Emilia goes to number 1 spot, 13.375. Ella Smith, 13.382. Nothing between the top 2 so far. There's our new rider, is the rider from the ACT. That's rider number 1. This is Evelyn Power. Evelyn Power building up speed nicely as she comes into the home straight this time. The bell sounds, 1 lap to go for her. Moving nicely, very toey in her pedal stroke as she goes through the 200 here. There's an indicator that the rider is very quick. She goes through the first 100. A little bit off the pace at the moment, Evelyn. The ACT rider coming through, going to finish off her ride. 10th fastest, so she's going to qualify no trouble at all. Mid-pack, 14.15 for Evelyn. South Australian rider heading down the back straight with 2.5 laps to go now is rider number 12. That's Monica Siebert. And then we just have 1 more rider to come. So our penultimate rider here. So at the moment, it's Emilia Dudakova on the top spot, 13.37. Ella Smith in second spot on 13.38. They're the top 2 at the moment with just 2 to come. Siebert the first as though. She'll come up to get 1 lap to go this time. Out of the saddle nicely. Very smooth through the 200 as she heads down the back straight. Well and truly on top of the gear. We'll see how she is through the first 100. Just a little bit mid-pack at the moment as she comes into the home straight. She's not going to trouble the top three. Hits the line. 13.765. There's nothing between the mid-pack riders here. They're very close once you get through into the 13.7s. So we've got one more rider to come. Out on track now. It's our Queensland rider, rider number 6. This is Maddie Douglas-Savage. So 17 riders lining up today. Only 16 get to qualify. We did have 18. Unfortunately, Sienna Goulding had to scratch from the sprint competition. So only 17. So one rider, unfortunately, is going to miss out here. See what Maddie Douglas-Savage can do. If it goes to seeding, she's going to be one of the fastest on the track. Knows the track very well. She'll head down the back straight now. See the junior riders, they tend to build the pace up a little bit later than what we see with the elites, pure and simply because they don't have the gear ratio to work with. You can't pedal that gear flat out for lap after lap, as where the elite riders, they have to get the big gear going. As Maddie builds up nicely, still at the top of the track. On the BT track bike, out of the saddle through the bend. That takes some bike handling, a little bit of a wobble through the 200. Mainly out of speed more than anything else. Here goes Maddie through the first 100. Quickest time so far. Seeding's looking good here for Maddie Douglas-Savage. She hits the line. Top time, 13.019. Some 0.3 of a second quicker than everybody else on the track. Seeding perfect. Maddie Douglas-Savage goes to number 1. Two laps to go now as we move straight into the under-15 boys sprint qualifying. Rider number 49 from South Australia. This is Chase Hutchins. 23 riders on our start list for the under-15 boys sprint. Showing some great depth in our numbers here for the junior sprinting. Only taking the top 16 through to the next round. So everything to race for these lads. We missed out on one rider from the girls division. Just 16 of the 23 will go through from the boys, and Chase Hutchins is going to try and set the fastest time that he possibly can here. He goes through 6.7 through the first 100. He'll come up and he'll stop the clock. 13.820 for Chase. We'll continue our South Australian theme now with the rider down the back straight. This is rider number 48. This is Joel Gooley, another one of our South Australian juniors. Always come well prepared, the South Australian team, to the national championships. Bell sounds. Joel Gooley using the banking nicely. Nice line down the track, getting everything he can out of the banking, moving nicely down the back straight. Keeping it nice and smooth through the first 100. Scoreboard's not going to play games with us. We'll see what the time is shortly as Joel Gooley goes to the line. We'll get his time for you very shortly. The next rider out on track now is rider number 51 from Tasmania. This is Oscar Peether. So Oscar heading down the back straight. As you can see, they don't tend to change their pace, the junior riders, until that last moment before they really start to accelerate. Now Oscar does. He's going to use every part of the banking to get up on speed. Dives down just before the banking goes up again to get the top speed through the 200 as he heads down the back straight. Moving nicely here, Oscar, through the 100. Fastest time so far. Looking to go top of the leaderboard early on in this contest is Oscar. He'll go down and stop the clock. 13.394 for Oscar, goes to number 1. Our new rider heading down the back straight in the colours of the ACT, the Australian Capital Territory. This rider number 31, this is Sean Bates. Sean Bates comes into the home straight. Top of the banking, out of the saddle now. Building up nicely. Nice low tuck position here from Sean as he heads down the back straight. Really aerodynamic style, goes through the first 100, third fastest for now. Not slowing down at all as he comes into the home straight. He'll stop the clock. Second quickest in the end, so got quicker over that last 100. That was nice to see. Good piece of riding there from Sean. Second fastest for now. Rider number 50 from South Australia. This is the rider of Jack Pentland. Building up pace as he heads down the back straight now. The Jack out of the saddle now nicely, building up pace. Sits down on top of the gear. Very smooth as he goes through the 200, heads down the back straight. Really moving quite rapidly here, Jack Pentland. We'll see how he is through the first 100, definitely the fastest. We'll see how he hangs on to it in the last 100 metres. Going nicely, Pentland. Hits the line, top spot for now, 13.287 for Jack Pentland. That's the way you want to leave the track, top spot. Next rider out onto the track is the young man from Western Australia. This is rider number 58, Thomas Boudier. Thomas just giving a bit of a G up to his fans in the home straight there, making sure they're watching. Commentator's delight. Bright orange helmet. You can pick him out in a scratch race. Mount will note, when you want your name remembered, wear something bright. Thomas Boudier into the home straight, coming up to 1 lap to go. Concentrating on the job at hand now as he gets underway. Moving nicely through the 200, heading down the back straight. Goes through the first 100, top spot through the first 100 for Thomas. How can he finish off? Can he go to number 1 here? Yes, he can. 12.873, our first rider. Inside 13 here. So Thomas Boudier goes to number 1 spot for now. Our next rider, another one of our West Australian riders out on the track now. Rider 59, this is Lachlan Morgan. He's got 2 to go. Good support for the West Australian riders on the long road trip from WA. It's nice to see. Another one of our guys from Western Australia. We've got the deep dish wheels in. The 86 wheels. It's going to be very popular over the next few years, I think, that style of wheel. Of course, they don't ride tubular tyres at the juniors. They ride clinches or high pressures. Morgan moving very nicely as he heads down the back straight. Lockie Morgan, where he's going to set the first 100. Looks like the quick time. It is the quickest so far through the first 100. How's he going to hang on to it in the home straight? Hits the line. 12.715 goes to top spot. The next rider, top of the banking from New South Wales. Rider number 36, this is Peter Samuel. Good to see another Samuel riding for New South Wales as he heads down the back straight, lap and a half to go. Up on pace already. We'll get the bell this time when he comes into the home straight. Peter Samuel out of the saddle, moving nicely. Dives in nicely here as he heads into the back straight now, really moving. Starting to get 1 or 2 of the quicker lads in the midfield here. Samuel goes through, second fastest for now. Some work to do, but he's not slowing down. Where's he going to stop the clock? Can he go to number 1? Just outside, 12.852 for Peter Samuel. Second spot for now. Our next rider into the home straight this time, rider number 33. From the ACT, this is Zachary Thomas. So under 15 boys, we've got 3 riders who've got themselves under 13 seconds here. Lockie Morgan from WA, 12.71 at the moment, top of the leaderboard. Looking for the top 16 here. As Zach Thomas gets himself moving through the 200 here. Heading down the back straight, nice and smooth, well and truly on top of his gear. Goes through the first 100, just mid-range at the moment. Zach Thomas will come down, stop the clock, 13.478, got quicker over the second of the 500. The next of our West Australians just heading down the back straight. Rider number 61, this is Neem Shah. Neem Shah looking good, all the gear, got the wheels in, Cervelo track bike. Building up pace nicely as he comes into the home straight. Out of the saddle now for Shah. Getting the bike moving very nicely. Good line as he heads towards the 200. You see these riders bounce up and down on the saddle here. They're well and truly up on top of these small gears. Second quickest at the moment, but he's still moving very nicely. Comes into the home straight. Anna Meares stops the clock. 12.821 goes to number 2. So the West Australians go 1 and 2 for now. Just inside the time of Peter Samuel there. Anna Meares. 10 riders go through, 23 in all are going to try and qualify. Looking for the top 16 to go through to the next round. The next rider, the Victorian, just leaving the back straight now. He'll join us in the home straight shortly. This is rider number 57 from Victoria. This is Caden Ryan. So Caden Ryan, 2 laps to go now. Ryan building up pace nicely here. It comes up and gets the bell lap out of the saddle. Quite a tall lad going in nicely. Good bike handling out of the saddle through the bend. Heads down the back straight, moving very rapidly indeed. We'll have a look and see how he is through the first 100. Mid-pack at the moment. It's a little bit of work to do on the home straight, but still moving nicely. Caden Ryan will come up and stop the clock. 13.460. Rider number 38 from New South Wales, 2 to go now. This is Lucas Stribic. He's already stood on the podium here yesterday, so he's having a good start to his few days of racing at the National Championships. Of course, at this age, we tend to see the riders back up, pursuing, time trialling and sprinting. So it's great to see. A little bit too early to know where they're going to end up as far as each discipline goes as Lucas heads down the back straight. Expect to see one of the stronger rides here from Lucas. Goes through the first 100, a little bit mid-pack. Got some work to do. He was 5th through the first 100. He comes up and stops the clock. He got quicker, 3rd fastest, 12.8. I think he went into the 200 just a little bit slower than he really gave himself credit for. I think there's a lot more to come from Lucas when we get into the one-on-one rounds. Good ride though. He's going to qualify. There's no worries there. The next rider on track, heading down the back straight. Jake Lesky from Victoria, rider number 54. Jake getting some good support here from the crowd here, the young Victorian. Out of the saddle now. A little pocket rocket moving nicely. Really moving that bike around as he goes through the 200. See how he goes through the first 100 here, Jake. Mid-pack at the moment. Doing nicely though as he comes into the home straight. Jake Lesky, where's he going to finish off? He was 6th, now he's 7th as he goes across the line. Mid-pack for him just for now. Should be comfortable to qualify though. The next rider out on track, another one of our New South Wales riders, rider number 34. This is Cooper Farr heading down the back straight. Building up pace very quickly indeed here, Cooper. Top of the banking. He's going to come into the home straight this time, receive the bell. See how far up the leaderboard Cooper can get himself. Beautiful green bike that he's on as he goes through the 200 now. Moving nicely down the back straight, really rapidly. Interesting to see where he is at the 100, third fastest at the moment. Definitely one of the quicker ones we've seen here so far. Comes up, he's going to stop the clock. Fourth fastest in the end, 12.836. Just goes to show how well the first few riders have done. The two WA riders still sit in first and second at the moment. Still a few to come though. 14 have gone. We've got 23 to go through here today. Rider 35, New South Wales in the back straight. This is Jacob McLaughlin. Jacob will come through this time with 2 to go. Building up pace nicely here, McLaughlin. Top of the banking. Using the bank perfection here as he goes out of the saddle. Perfect line here from Jacob McLaughlin, really using the banking exactly how it needs to be done. Rapidly towards the 100. Get ready for a new fastest time here because he's gone through with the fastest time at 100. Jacob McLaughlin, where's he going to stop the clock? 12.534, fastest so far. You could tell the way he was moving down the back straight, definitely moving rapidly. So Jacob goes to top spot for now. Fifteen riders have gone through. Now welcome our Queensland rider heading to the back straight, rider number 41. This is Jacob Cork. Two to go for Jacob as he goes through. He's got the sprint qualifying, and then we'll go into round one, the first round of all the sprinting, before we move on to a great deal of individual pursuing for our under-17s here today. A number of rounds of individual pursuing after the first round of sprints. Jacob gets underway nicely down the banking. He'll know the track inside out. Local track for Jacob as he heads down the back straight. See how he goes through the first 100. Second fastest at the moment. Not too far away from the time we've just been set. We'll go through 12.755. Third fastest for now for Jacob Cork from Queensland. The next rider out on track from Victoria. This is Aidan Nguyen. Two to go for Aidan. Top of the leaderboard so far. Jacob McLaughlin from New South Wales, 12.534. Then Lockie Morgan from WA, 12.71. Then Jacob Cork, 12.75. And Neem Shah, 12.82. Then we've got 12.83, 12.83, 12.85, 12.87. It's very congested at the top of the leaderboard. It's going to be some good round sprinting when we get to them. Nguyen goes through, really moving nicely through the 200. Rapid down the back straight, really rocketing along. Goes through the first 100 with the fastest time. Aidan Nguyen, where's he going to stop the clock here? Beautiful riding here. Number one, 12.464 for Aidan. He was rapid down that back straight. So 17 riders we've seen so far. Our next rider out on track, top of the banking, heading towards the home straight now, is rider number 55, another one of our Victorian riders. This is Joseph Natoli. Natoli out of the saddle, building up pace. Can he go quicker than his teammate? Moving nicely as he goes down the banking. Really nicely as he heads down the back straight now. Natoli, where's he going to be through the first 100? Third quickest at the moment. Doesn't want to slow down in the home straight. Just needs to hang on to it. Natoli will stop the clock. Second fastest, 12.49. He was strong over that last 100 metres. Good signs there from Natoli. Another one of our Queensland riders heads down the back straight. This is rider number 43. This is Cam Franks, another local rider. Just to the young lad who's climbing up the side of the wall. Get down. Thank you. We go back to the bike race. Cam Franks builds up pace nicely as he comes into the home straight this time. The young Queenslander, he'll know the track. Moving nicely into the 200 here. What can Cam do? Can he get himself to the top of the leaderboard? He's moving rapidly, goes through the first 100. Mid-pack, a little bit of work to do as he comes into the 100. Cam Franks will stop the clock, 12.75. Next of our riders from Queensland, rider number 44. This is Flynn Jensen, just going underneath the scoreboard. It's the first of our junior riders who's really showing some good bike handling skills here and riding very slowly on the banking. Just preparing himself mentally. Most of the kids who have come out today, they're quite quick, quite rapid in their build-up laps, but Flynn showing a lot of bravery, a lot of courage, top of the banking here. He knows this track. He goes underneath the scoreboard, heading down the back straight, just getting the mind right. 3 Queensland riders to come after him, looking for a spot in the top 16 and a lot higher if they can now. Flynn Jensen has shown a lot of courage, a lot of bravery, a lot of bike handling skills at the top of the banking in his first build-up. Let's see how he goes under real pace now as he hits the 200. Moving nicely down the back straight, nice and smooth, really aerodynamic position. Goes through, 7th quickest at the moment. Bit of work to do here from Flynn as he comes into the home straight. He's going to stop the clock. 5th fastest, he got quicker over the second 100. Nice ride, gets himself into the top half of the field nicely there. Next rider, the Queenslander, rider number 47 is Aidan Parslow. Just toying with gravity a little bit as he rolls underneath the scoreboard. Parslow comes into the home straight and receive 2 laps to go. Not wasting any energy in these build-up laps. Knows fully well what he can do when he really accelerates. He's not going to use any of that energy before he has to. That takes some nerve, what he's doing. It takes some bike handling, what he's doing there. He's cruising at the top of the banking. Rolls down the back straight now. Starts to pick up the pace. I'll stop worrying about him now. Building up pace nicely as he comes into the home straight now. Aidan Parslow. Impressive so far, the way he's been handling his bike. Now let's see what he can do under real pace. Parslow gets underway through the 200. Moving very nicely down the back straight. This is one of the more rapid ones we've seen. Goes through the 100, third fastest for now. Can he pick up pace over the last 100 and get himself to top spot? Yes, he can. 12.442 for Aidan Parslow. Leaves the track in top spot with 2 riders to come. Our new rider just heading down the back straight. Another one of our Queensland riders, rider number 46. This is Ethan Lee. So it's congested at the top of the leaderboard. 12.44, then a 4.6, a 4.9, a 5.3. They're the top 4 times we've got. And then after that, it goes 7.1, 7.3, 7.55. We've got equal times, Cam Franks and Jake McCall. They've done exactly the same time. So it's going to be some good sprint racing to come this afternoon here. When they go through the first round, it's Ethan Lee. Can he get himself to the top of the leaderboard? He's moving nicely through the 200. Just comes out of the red line a little bit. We'll see how he is through the first 100 here, Ethan. Top spot for now. Ethan Lee, this is going to be the quickest time, is it? He throws to the line. Indeed it is, 12.352 for Ethan Lee. Gets inside the time of his teammate, Aidan Parslow, who did 12.44. But Ethan Lee goes to number 1, and we've got 1 rider still to come from Queensland. That'll be rider number 42, Riley Dixon. Riley Dixon comes through. 2 laps to go. Wants to get himself into the top spot. So only the top 16 get to go through. It's the young Victorian Jake Lesky who sits in the danger zone at the moment in 16th spot with this last rider to go, Riley Dixon, moving nicely as he heads down the back straight. The Queenslander, very rapid. He'll go through the first 100. Top spot, first rider underneath 6 seconds. Dixon comes up, he stops the clock. 11.959 if you don't mind in the under 15 category. Riley Dixon goes to number 1. And he goes to number 1 with 0.4 of a second difference between him and number 2. So great piece of riding there for Dixon. The Queenslander is the top qualifier here this afternoon in the under 15 boys sprint. So move on to round number 1 now of our under 15 girls sprints. And welcome to the track from Queensland, Maddie Douglas-Savage. And she'll be racing against O'Hara Rattigan. So Maddie draws a front spot for this one. Leads away as they come through the home straight this time. Always interesting with the junior racing in the sprint rounds. Both riders on the same gear, so can sometimes favour the leading out rider quite well, but you have to be a little bit careful. You don't want to be leading out too slowly before the accelerations start. Run the risk of getting dive bomb. Nice try here from O'Hara Rattigan. She was the 16th fastest qualifier, so she's got some work to do here. But like I say, they're all on the same gear as they head down the back straight. Maddie Douglas-Savage was the faster qualifier as they're racing beautifully up through the 100. Good race here from the South Australian taking on the Queenslander, but the Queenslander are going to be a little bit too strong up round the outside. The seeding stays the same, but that was a great contest. That was 1 versus 16. Just gives you an idea of how close these competitions can be. And now welcome heat number 2 of round 1 onto the track. And welcome from Victoria. This is Emilia Djurakova, and she's up against from Western Australia, Caitlin Death. So Emilia was the second qualifier. So some tactics to think about here for Caitlin. Emilia will be a tough opponent in this situation from the front, but I've seen Caitlin race against a lot of the guys over the last couple of years in handicap racing and so forth. She's a very tenacious rider, won many state championships in Western Australia. Emilia showing some good bravery here, good courage up on the banking. Just a slow pace as they'll come up to get 2 laps to go. Just has a look over the shoulder, trying to see where her opponent is. Caitlin Death not prepared to follow at the slow pace at the top of the banking there. Puts herself in the front spot for now as they head down the back straight. Bit of a size difference between these two in the under 15 ranks, the taller and the shorter. Caitlin Death, though, she's taking the race up to Emilia as they head up towards the banking into the home straight. Death holds her high nicely. Now she has to relent and come down. Good tactic here from the West Australian, taking on Emilia down the back straight. Still goes on with it, but Emilia now gets herself up round the outside, and she'll take this round. It was a good contest, though. Caitlin really took her on. Emilia might not have been ready for that in round number 1, but that'll be good practice for the rounds to come. Djurakova goes through to the next round. Move on to heat number 3, round number 1. Welcome from Western Australia. This is Ellis Smith. Her opponent from New South Wales is Miriam Williams. So Ellis Smith, she was the 3rd fastest qualifier here this morning, the West Aussie. So far, everything's stayed true for the seedings from the qualifying rounds. You expect that with the top 4 rounds to regularly stay towards the seed of how they've qualified, but once you start getting a bit further into the field, that's where things start to get a little bit closer, start to mix up. Doesn't mean the racing's not going to be good. We've seen 2 great first rides, haven't we? Now we've got Smith versus Williams. WA leads the West Australian Smith. Give me a good eye on her opponent. Just washing all the pace away. Williams being forced to move forward. Oh, just pulled her foot there. Williams, as she heads down the back straight, it's going to be hard work to get her foot back in here. Smith going on with it as she comes into the home straight. 1 lap to go. Smith was a little bit unsure of the race rules there, sort of giving her opponent the benefit of the doubt. Didn't go on with it to start with because she could see that she'd pulled her foot. Now they're heading down the back straight. Williams trying to do her best, but she's now relented, can't get the foot back in. It's almost impossible. Well done to Ellis Smith. Good sportsmanship shown. Bad luck for Miriam. It is hard work to get your foot back in on a fixed wheel bike. Virtually nobody can do it, so don't worry about that. So Ellis Smith goes through to the next round. Move on to heat number 4. We welcome to the track our Queenslander, rider number 9. This is Hannah Walters, and her opponent from Tasmania is Ellie Waldock. So Walters draws a front spot and she'll lead away. Showing some great skills here this morning, or should I say this afternoon? Feels like this morning. That's what happens when you start at noon. Showing some great skills here today from our junior riders in the bankings. Great courage and bravery. Take some bike handling to be able to ride at slow pace on this banking, for those of you who've never tried it. So Walters leads from Waldock. Waldock not giving any room whatsoever. Just dives down, making it a long sprint, making a very long sprint. She's committed to this, Ellie Waldock. Walters is going to have some work to do, but she's going to start the work very early as they come through with 1 lap to go. Walters up round the outside straight away. The Queenslander making sure that she takes care of this ride. Heads down the back straight nicely. So too much strength for the Tasmanian here. The Queenslander will go through comfortably into the next round. It was a good tactic. Nice to see that the riders who are the lesser seed or the lower seed are taking on their opponent. So it's great to see. Good competition here. That's that heat done and dusted. Hannah Walters goes through to the next round. Rider number 3, just coming up onto the start line now, is from New South Wales. This is Allegra Bretov, and her opponent, rider number 1 from the ACT, is Evelyn Power. So the New South Wales rider leads away. Leading it away at a nice comfortable pace as well. Just to dictate terms here to the rider from the ACT. Just going quick enough to let her know that if you want to come around the outside of me, you're going to have to make a big effort. Now goes a bit higher up on the banking, controlling things nicely here. The New South Wales rider, as they're on the stayers line, as they come through with 2 laps to go. New South Wales rider dictating terms nicely here. They'll go up underneath the scoreboard. Plenty of room for the ACT rider though, if they want to use the banking. They'll head down the back straight. Got to be careful of the pace you set. Don't want to set too low a pace. Don't want to go too high and start doing a big lead out. They'll come up with 1 lap to go. New South Wales versus the ACT. Beretov, the faster of the 2 qualifiers, because this is 5 versus 12. Powers in the slipstream, beautifully in the slipstream, but Beretov's a little bit too strong from the front here. She'll come into the home straight, go through to the next round. The New South Wales rider, a good contest, not too much between them, but it's one thing to stay in the slipstream, it's another thing to be able to come out of that slipstream altogether. The next heat comes up onto the track. This is rider number 10, Molly Opperman from South Australia. Her opponent, rider number 2 from New South Wales. This is Grace Alcock. Molly Opperman led away a little bit slowly. Grace Alcock thought very hard about getting up around the outside quickly. Now Opperman puts her in a position where she control terms. Just got her up on the outside. Using the banking nicely here. Opperman from the front. We'll come up with 2 laps to go. Opperman got her head on the swivel there, and she keeps looking over her shoulder to see where her opponent is. They head down the back straight this time. Alcock trying to force her to go early here, trying to get the lead out. Opperman didn't see her, but now she does. They come into the home straight. Nothing between these two as they start to line up with 1 lap to go. Such a long sprint here. Opperman leads out. Alcock trying to stay in the slipstream as they head towards the back straight. Opperman leading nicely. Alcock going to try to attack at the 100 metres to go, but she's in the slipstream. But once again, these restricted gears, not a lot you can do, not a lot of opportunity to slingshot. Opperman takes that one out and goes through to the next round. The next heat up onto the track, we welcome the Queenslander Elise Vaughan. Her opponent from Victoria is Jasmine Gill. So Vaughan's a drawn front spot. She'll lead away. Jasmine Gill, the faster of the two qualifiers here. Not too much between these riders, though, as they head down the back straight. So Vaughan will be trying to use local knowledge, local track craft on this Anna Meares Velodrome. Top of the track as they come into the home straight. Not leaving too much room. They don't leave too much room between themselves, the junior riders. All to do with gear ratio and tactics. Jasmine Gill glued to the back wheel like we're coming up to the end of a scratch race. Vaughan showing her every part of the Anna Meares Velodrome. As they start to come into the home straight. Got to keep your ears open as they come into the home straight now. The Queenslander still dictating terms. Now the Victorian goes. Took full advantage of the wide open track there as she heads down the back straight. Jasmine Gill. It's got out to a 2-3 bike length lead here. Just a little bit too strong here, the Victorian. Jasmine Gill into the home straight. She'll hang on and she'll go through to the next round. We move on to our last heat now of round number 1 in the under-15 girls sprint. It's going to be an all South Australian affair. Rider number 12 is Monica Siebert, and rider number 13 is Mackenzie Stevens. Mackenzie in the black helmet. So Siebert leads away. Got a teammate just above her, cruising down the back straight. Just keeping an eye on things. Nothing between these two in qualifying, so this will be a good contest. Siebert in the white helmet and Stevens in the black helmet as they just finding out just how slow we can go on the banking here. Showing great nerve here, the riders so far today. Great to see the bike handling skills of these young sprinters. Siebert leads through. Having a good look over the shoulder to see where her opponent is. Stevens got the advantage, a little bit of height here. Plenty of track to work with as they head down the back straight. Siebert leading a little bit slowly for my liking as they head through with 1.5 laps to go. Hasn't put her in any trouble though. Come to the home straight this time. The bell will sound. Time to make a move. Good riding by Siebert. Rides Stevens up to the top of the track. Doesn't give her the opportunity to dive bomber there. Clever bike riding. They head to the back straight now. Siebert leads. Stevens right up on the wheel into the slipstream. Can she slingshot past into the home straight? There's a good contest between these two. Siebert has a look across. She's got the measure of her teammate and she knew it. So Siebert will go through to the next round. Good sprinting there from our under-15 girls. We'll move on now to round number 1 of our under 15 boys sprint. We welcome the Queenslander Riley Dixon, who was our fastest qualifier. His opponent is Jack Pentland from South Australia. So Pentland leads. Keeping a good eye on Dixon. Pentland name, been around for a few years in South Australian cycling. Comes into the home straight. Keeping a good eye on his opponent here. Just adjusting the glasses, not too worried about anything. Jack Pentland here as he has a look over the shoulder. Riley Dixon just starts to increase the pace a little bit. Pentland, though, is keeping him up high, but Dixon was so much quicker than everybody in qualifying. Just a matter of time for these early rounds with Dixon. He was very, very fast. Nearly 0.4 of a second faster than anybody else in qualifying. Of course, this is 1 versus 16. So Dixon goes through. Pentland, we'll see him again because there's other rides for the top 16 as they go through the rounds. But Dixon comfortably through to the quarter final area. Heat number 2, Ethan Lee versus Thomas Boudier, Queensland versus WA here. Ethan being the faster of the 2 qualifiers. And Boudier just trying a few tactics here against the faster rider. You've got to try something, don't you? Great bike handling skills. So impressed with these riders here today. And Boudier just backing into Ethan Lee a little bit there. Lee sort of gives him that look of, I know this track. There's no point in trying it. So just showing good match racing skills, these two, taking each other on. Ethan Lee's got plenty of room to move though, and now he does, up round the outside. Boudier didn't quite have the door closed enough, and Lee takes full advantage of the wide open track now. 1 lap to go, work to do for Boudier. Lee into the back straight, the second fastest qualifier. Boudier's not gone away though, he's doing a good fight here. Once they're on top of their gear, they really move. He lost 2 bike lengths at the start, hasn't lost any more. It was a good race home, but Lee a little bit too fast, a little bit too strong. Good contest between the 2. Aidan Parslow from Queensland comes onto the track, rider number 47, and his opponent from New South Wales. This will be Peter Samuel. So Parslow, the faster of the two qualifiers, and he leads away. He drew front spot as well. Samuel, though, quite happy to take him on straight off the line. They head down the back straight. Samuel straight to the front. But Parslow just doing the right thing, just holding him up a little bit there, just controlling him, saying we'll go as fast as I want to go. I'll dictate terms, thanks. He's doing a good piece of riding here, the two. Parslow in control of the situation for the moment. They'll come through with 2 to go. Plenty of room for both riders to move, though. Top of the banking. Samuel, can he push through? Take full advantage of the banking. They head down the back straight. Real pressure here being applied by Parslow, just keeping Samuel at the top of the track. But there's room for Samuel to move. Now Parslow does exactly the right thing. Dives down early, trying to get an advantage. As they know fully well, there's not a lot of hope for the slingshot on these small gears. But have a look at the ride from Samuel. He's one of the closer ones in the second wheel, trying to use the banking as much as he can. Parslow from the front. Samuel's going to come at him all the way to the line. Good riding by Parslow, did what he had to do, but great riding also from Samuel. One of the closest races we've had from one of the lower seeds. Great ride there. The next race, the Victorian versus the New South Welshman. This is Aidan Noyen from Victoria. His opponent is Cooper Farr from New South Wales. Two very familiar physiques, these two. Pretty well matched up size-wise. Aidan Noyen was very, very rapid down the back straight in his qualifying. 4th fastest. Trying to encourage Cooper Farr to join him at the top of the track there. Cooper's having none of it. He's quite happy to stay low, stay in second position. Element of surprise favours him. We're coming to the home straight with 2 to go. Now Farr quite happy to go to the front. Just going to slow things up, dictate terms a little bit here. Having a look over the shoulder. No speed on whatsoever from these two as they head down the back straight, up in the middle of the banking. Farr just losing sight of Noyen. Good riding here from Noyen in second position. They'll come through the bend this time. Plenty of track to work with as they come into the home straight. The crowd getting behind these two. Noyen looked like he was about to go and Farr jumped. So the first of our second seeds who have decided to lead through the 200 here. And it's a drag race down the back straight. Good tactic here from Farr. The slower of the two qualifiers, but he's taking on the faster qualifier. Noyen with still some work to do into the home straight. The first reversal of the day. Great riding there from Cooper Farr. 4th versus 13th. Great tactic. Cooper Farr goes through to the next round nicely. Great piece of riding. Great contest between Aidan and Cooper. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. That was a great contest. First round of the sprints here between the New South Wales rider and the Victorian. 12:07 on the clock. Great to see. Once again, Victoria versus New South Wales, rider number 55, the faster of the two qualifiers. This is Joseph Natoli, should I say, sorry, from Victoria, and his opponent from New South Wales, rider number 38, is Lucas Strubic. Lucas wants to make this a quick one. Rode nicely in the pursuit yesterday, Strubic. And he's just going to keep this one, not really looking over his shoulder to start with, just going to ride the track and let Natoli come to him. He'll come through with 2 laps to go. Strubic not too bothered, not looking around as much as others. He knows fully well he's not going to hit me with 2 laps to go, surely. Top of the banking, they head down the back straight, a little bit more pace on in this one than we've seen in the earlier rounds. Good riding from Strubic. Starts to use the track. Great riding from Natoli. Superb piece of riding. Saw that Strubic just went to the middle of the track and he just kept the roll going all the way down to the black line. Good tactic here from Natoli. Suddenly dictated terms and he's away. He won't get caught from there, the Victorian. He's going to come into the home straight, comfortable. That was just pure and simple, good tactics. Well done to Joseph. Lucas got some more racing to do. So we've got our next heat out onto the track for all of our AusCycling YouTube listeners. We've just had a little bit of a touchdown of one of our riders in their warm down lap. He's all good. He's up. It's just off camera, but he's up and okay. This is our next heat. And we've got the rider of Jacob McLaughlin, New South Wales, up against Liam Shah. We've seen one reversal in the seedings already here today, and as we go through heat 6, 7, 8, this is where it gets a little bit closer again. So Jacob McLaughlin was the faster of the two qualifiers here. And Liam Shah, big opportunity. Get himself a little bit further through the rounds. We're coming to the home straight this time with 2 laps to go. Shah on the deep dish wheels, 86 wheels, a number of the West Australian riders are using. And McLaughlin on the giant podium aluminium frame, a little bit more standard. So come to the home straight this time. It's a drag race straight away. McLaughlin not letting Shah go up round the outside of him. Having a good look over the shoulder. Now they're underway through the 200. McLaughlin very, very strong from the front, riding away from Shah down the back straight. Hasn't been able to get up into the slipstream. Good strong ride here from Jacob McLaughlin. He goes through out of the saddle again, just making sure of it. So he goes through comfortably there, holds on to his seed. Heat number 7, 7 versus 10 here. From Queensland, we welcome Jacob Cork, rider number 41. And from Western Australia, we welcome Lockie Morgan. Lockie Morgan, if he wins nothing else, he wins shiniest bike. There's no worries there. The chrome stickers on the wheels. A nice glossy silver bike. Leads down the back straight in front of Jacob Cork. Morgan leads through. 2 laps to go here. Up on the stars line, keeping a good eye on his opponent. Jacob Cork, quite relaxed position on the handlebars, not worried about too much at the moment as they head down the back straight. Morgan having a bit of a look, now gets out of the saddle. Good time to do it as well, making this a long sprint. It's going to be a very, very long sprint from here because Cork's up round the outside already. Good drag race between the two here as they go through 200. Now Morgan's up on top of the gear. He was the faster qualifier. He puts the Queenslander back on his hip. Into the bend now, Morgan from the front, going to be a little bit too strong by the looks of things. Cork won't give it away, but Morgan will go through. See the way they bounce up and down as they go across the line in their saddles. Got no gear left whatsoever with these restricted gears, these riders. 12.99, just inside the 13 seconds there for the under 15s. Lockie Morgan through to the next one. It's our final heat of round 1. We welcome 2 Queenslanders onto the track. Rider number 44, the top of the track is Flynn Jensen. His opponent, rider number 43, is Cam Franks. Quick start. Nice quick start there from Cam. Take on his teammate here. These guys will know each other pretty well, you would think, when they come into the home straight. Cam Franks just showing all of the track. All the track he can to Flynn. Now the pace dies off a little bit. Cam leads down the back straight. No pace all of a sudden. He's trying everything he can here against Flynn. Flynn's the slightly faster qualifier between the two. No pace on as they come into the home straight. They'll receive the bell shortly. Now he goes from the front. Cam Franks leads it out here. Some work to do now for Flynn Jensen. Hasn't quite got in the slipstream there as they head down the back straight. Franks leads the way. He's going to get a challenge into the home straight as they come into the home straight now. He still leads the way, but up around the outside. That was a confident piece of sprinting there from Flynn Jensen. Good piece of riding. The boys share a conversation after the line, but Flynn Jensen, he crosses the line nicely. He used the slipstream. First time we've really seen it done here today to great effect, but he'll go through to the next round. Flynn Jensen. So for everyone joining us on the YouTube channel, AusCycling YouTube channel, I hope you're enjoying what you're seeing of our junior riders. A little bit of break in the program as we set the track up. We're going to move on to the under 17 girls individual pursuit qualifying. We've got 10 heats, 2,000 metres each one. After that, we'll have the sprinting again, and then we'll have some individual pursuiting for the boys as well. So that's what our first session of the program is going to have today. And then when we start tonight, we'll have the finals of the sprints and the individual pursuits, and also we've got the team sprint to come out later today as well. So plenty to look forward to. Our first heat just sorting themselves out onto the track now. We move on now, ladies and gentlemen, to the under 17 girls individual pursuit qualifying. Welcome heat number 1 out onto the track in the back straight. Please welcome from South Australia. This is Libby Smith. And in the home straight from Tasmania, please welcome Sunny McKeown. So nicely away, first heat of our under 17 individual pursuit qualifying, 2,000 metres for the riders. 10 heats in all. Fastest 2 riders will ride off for the gold and silver medal, and third and fourth will ride off for the bronze in our second session of today, a little bit later on today. So everything to ride for. Tactics involved here is don't start too fast. Be able to try and negative split your 1,000 metre time trial from the start to your first 1,000 metres into your second 1,000 metres here. We saw a lot of fast starts yesterday in the younger ranks, in the under 15s and so forth. So a number of riders slowing down in the second part of the journey. Let's see if we have that changed around a little bit here today. It is quite warm in the Anna Meares Velodrome today, as per normal for this time of year. We haven't seen a lot of times go quicker in the second part of the day. It does take a fair bit out of the riders, warming up, warming down, trying to stay hydrated. Libby Smith leads into the back straight. We'll see how she goes through the first 1,000 metres, 122, just on 123 there. She's got a lead over the top of the Tasmanian McKeown. And this is the first heat out on the track. The national record is 2:38 in the under 15s. It was broken yesterday by Santa Golding. Of course, it was held by Ava Robbins, and we're going to see Ava Robbins on the track in this under 17 contest a little bit later on in this program. We'll look forward to seeing what Ava can do in the under 17 ranks. course, Lauren Bates is the record holder for the under-17 time. We go through with half a lap to go now. Libby Smith, the national record for this one, 2:28.775. That's Lauren Bates. Superb time. Libby Smith's going to be the first time of the day, though. She's going to stop the clock. 2:48.848. As Sonny McKeown goes through 2:51.649. So fastest time set so far for Libby Smith from South Australia. Heat number 1 out the way. Welcome now in the back straight from South Australia, Tora Ferguson. In the home straight from Victoria, we welcome Isla Shaw. South Australia versus Victoria for this heat number 2. Clean start for both riders as they get underway there. Shaw, the Victorian, in the home straight. Ferguson in the back straight. The Victorian going out to a little bit of a quicker start than the South Australian here. So if seeding stays correct, we expect the riders to go that little bit quicker each round all the way through. Doesn't always work out that way in the junior ranks. Sometimes you'll find somebody extremely fast in the middle stages of the ride. Good to see some old faces here in the crowd. I don't mean old, just people we haven't seen for a couple of years. Great to see some friendly faces here at AMV around the junior racing. The Victorian moving nicely here, Isla Shaw. She'll come up through the first 1,000 metres, 1:22.28. So not a lot of difference in the time between herself and Libby Smith's time, the starting rider. We'll see how she goes over the second part of the journey. Victorian just getting the South Australian well and truly in her sights now with 2 laps to go. It's moving nicely. They head down the back straight. Tora Ferguson, 4th quickest just at the moment. Going nicely, but Isla Shaw just reels her in as they come up with 1 lap to go now for the Victorian. Setting the fastest time so far. She's going to fight on in this last half lap, trying to get herself as close to the top 4 placings of the day so she can race for a medal. She's going to have a bit of a weight in the hot seat as she comes into the home straight now. Isla Shaw Where's she going to stop the clock? Be inside the fastest time comfortably. 2:44.038 for Isla Shaw. Tora Ferguson still got the half a lap to go as she heads towards the back straight. And she'll finish off with a time 2:58.348. We move on to the next heat, and there's the home straight. We welcome Juno Smith from New South Wales, and in the back straight from South Australia is Isabella Blackwell. Underway now, New South Wales versus South Australia. Quickest time of the day, 2:44.038. That's Isla Shaw from Victoria. So we'll see how these times are set up as the afternoon progresses. The under-17 girls, then we've got the back to the sprints, then we've got the under-17 boys qualifying as well. Team sprint to come today as well, so plenty of championships to be decided here again in the junior championships. But it's New South Wales rider of Smith moving very nicely. Get a good understanding of where they are at the end of the first 1,000 metres. And of course, they'll be trying to go that little bit quicker over the second 1,000. The idea being that you take out the standing start, you should move through the second 1,000 metres quicker than the first. But we've seen yesterday a lot of nervous panic starts in the under-15 ranks. We saw a lot of riders fly out of the blocks over the first 750, and then they were handed a big bag of cement to carry to the finish the way they were fighting on the last 3 laps. The ones who were able to control their first 1,000 metres, they really excelled over the last 1,000. Smith goes through. Second quickest so far through the first 1,000 metres, a 1:22. She'll come through this time and see 3 laps to go. And we'll see how she lifts. Can she lift over this last few laps here? This is what the coaches are going to be looking for. This is what you want to be able to do as a pursuiter. You really want to lift over this last 3 laps of the journey, regardless of whether it's a 2,000, 3,000 or 4,000 metre individual pursuit as you go through the rankings and the age divisions. You really want to be able to lift all the way through to the finish. So a couple of good sprints home yesterday. Smith heads to the back straight. The South Australian, however, getting stronger as she goes. Blackwell, she's moving a little bit nicer now over this last couple of laps. 1 lap to go. Look at the ride by the South Australian. She has taken some great time out of Juno Smith here. Blackwell, can she come back faster? Smith now starts to lift over this last half a lap. Great riding from Smith. She's led the whole way through. She'll go across the line. Quickest time so far, but a great improvement by Isabella Blackwell over that 1,000 metres. She goes to second with a 2:42. We welcome the next heat onto the line. In the back straight, please welcome from Queensland, this is Michaela Gibbs. And in home straight, welcome from Victoria, this is Nicola Morris. Nice clean start there for the Victorian and the Queenslander. 2:41 top time at the moment from Juno Smith, New South Wales. Pretty close after that, 42:44. So, as you'd expect, these early heats, everyone's fairly well matched as they go through. And the Queenslander, Gibbs, just getting the better of the start here. We've seen some fast starts in these individual pursuits over yesterday's heats and today, and also in the final yesterday. Gibbs leading nicely though. She comes into the home straight. Local knowledge, local track, gliding through, moving very smoothly indeed. Quickest 1,000-metre times we've seen so far, 1:20 and 1:21. Gibbs slowing down a little bit in comparison to Morris, the Victorian, coming back nicely here against the Queenslander. Gibbs still leads though. Sometimes in these pursuit rides you can just go through that couple of laps where it feels like you're just pedaling a little bit dead, and then you get a second win towards the finish. That's what Michaela's going to be hoping for now, because Nicola Morris is really starting to lift towards the last part of this journey. I'll go down the back straight, home straight, lap and a half to go for each. They're dead level now. The Victorian possibly just starting to get the better of the Queenslander here in the heat ride. Morris will come through and receive the bell. Goes to number one spot, 2:20.1 to 2:20.7. Gibbs is going to have to use the Queensland sprinter form over this last lap to get herself back up alongside Morris. Morris is finishing very strongly indeed. She'll come into the home straight. This will be the quickest time so far. She'll stop the clock, 2:39.488, 2:41 for Gibbs, the top two times so far. We move on to our next heat now. Heat number 5. We welcome in the back straight Grace Hunter from Queensland. In the home straight, we welcome from New South Wales, Zoe May. Underway nicely here, New South Wales versus Queensland. As we see, not too much between them, between Zoe May and Grace Hunter here. May, the New South Wales rider, heads down the back straight. Hunter, the Queenslander, moving nicely. Zoe May comes through the first 3 laps here, just slightly ahead of the Queensland rider at the moment. Second and third fastest times according to our scoreboard as they go through at the moment. That's how they're tracking. Nice position there from the New South Wales rider. Got the head buried in her elbows there. Very aerodynamic. Takes a bit of doing. It's definitely a very aero position. Grace Hunter, though, she's starting to lift. Starting to get herself back in front here by the looks of things. As they head back towards their start-finish post. Nothing between them. But Hunter, just that little bit more. Seems to be just building onto the pace a little bit nicer here over the last part. Not much between them, but Hunter has come back against the New South Wales rider. They head down the back straight. Hunter going out to a nice lead now. 1.5 laps to go. Grace Hunter leads Zoe May for now. They're going to come up and get 1 lap to go each. Hunter leads through. She's not setting the fastest time out on track, but she is winning this heat as she comes into the home straight with 1/2 lap to go. The Queenslander. 2:39, the fastest time so far from Nicola Morris of Victoria. As Hunter goes through, she'll stop the clock. 2:40.272. Zoe May will go across in 2:43.596. Move on to heat number 6 now. And welcome in the back straight representing Queensland. This is April Paddy. In the home straight representing New South Wales is Jenna Gallagher. Underway now, heat 6 of 10 heats here for our under 17 women, under 17 girls. Fast start here from Jenna Gallagher. Got herself up for a medal in the scratch race last night. It was quite a tussle to hold position, so no worries about the courage from Jenna Gallagher. Out to a very quick start here as well. Be interesting to see how these quick starts go against the second 1,000 metres for these riders. Seems to have settled in a little bit more. But as she settles in, April Paddy starts to come back towards her now. Come through this time, that's 3 laps down. And Jenna Gallagher looks quite comfortable on the bike, good position. Have a look at April as she comes into the home straight this time. She hasn't lost any more distance from that start. She's now moving very nicely. As Gallagher comes in, we'll see where her first 1,000 metre time is. It's going to be the quickest so far, 1:17. April Paddy, she's gone 1:18. So these are the top 2 times of the day so far that we're seeing. This is where it starts to count. This is where you start to feel it. It's where you find out whether you're a pursuiter or not, through lap 5 and 6. You're going to hang on to it here, and then you're going to bring it home through lap 7 and 8. They're going nicely here. Paddy is coming back and coming back nicely here in this second part of the journey. Jenna Gallagher hasn't really slowed down though. It's more that Paddy has sped up. Coach just asking for a little bit more there from Jenna Gallagher. Nothing between the two now. As April comes into the home straight, she's going to lead the New South Wales rider here now. This has been a good ride here, good controlled effort. Gallagher will come in to get bell lap. Can she lift over this last part? Looks like she's trying to. Nothing between the two of them though. Still number 1 and number 2 as far as our scoreboard is telling us. Paddy is finishing very strongly indeed here. She goes through the 200 metre line and heads towards the back straight to finish off. Good strong ride here from April Paddy, 2:37.949. She goes to number 1. Jenna Gallagher will go to number 3 for now, 2:39.83. Heat number 7 coming out onto the track. We welcome in the back straight, representing Western Australia. This is Ava Rogers. Her opponent in the home straight from New South Wales is Lucy Allen. Good start from both riders here. Lucy Allen, the New South Wales rider, against Ava Rogers from WA. Neck and neck as they go through. Getting to the faster rounds now. See how they go over the first 1,000 metres. They're coming up to end first 3 laps. Alan moving nicely, just slightly ahead at the moment. Possibly done a little bit more on the track up to this stage of her cycling. Lucy Allen. Ava Rogers coming from a triathlon background. But a couple of the riders from Western Australia coming out of a triathlon background. And great coaching staff in Western Australia. The Talent Academy led by Luke Zachariah, who rides the Paralympics on the front of the tandems. And of course the coach here, Ross Dyer, who's been with the WA team for many, many years. Because good results out of these riders as they head back to the start-finish points. Allen still leads the way, second quickest out on the track at the moment. Rogers in 4th. This is where they need to lift to get themselves up into the top 2 positions before they come off the track over this last 2.5 laps of the journey. Don't want to leave anything out on the track here. Want to get yourselves up into the top 2 placings if you can. Still got 3 heats to follow, so you really got to leave it all out there. 2 and 4. They've got a lap and a half to go as they come into the home straight and back straight respectively. Coming back nicely though, Ava Rogers against Lucy Allen. They've got to fight now. Got to really dig in as they come through. 1 lap to go. Almost locked together there. 2nd and 3rd. Ava Rogers has moved herself from 4th up into 2nd. Fighting through the home straight now. Rogers leads nicely here. Can she get herself up into the top spot, or is 2 going to be enough? Rogers will finish off. Strong finish here. 2:38.519, 2:39.79 for Lucy Allen. Ava Rogers went from 5th to 2nd throughout that ride, so that was a good, strong second 1,000 metres. She'll have to go and sit in the 2nd place hot seat to see if that's going to be enough to ride for medals here today. Move on to our next heat. Welcome in the back straight from Western Australia. This is Charlotte Corshid. In the home straight from Victoria, this is Billy Russell. Not unexpected, but a nice quick start here from Billy Russell, the Victorian. Moving very, very sharply indeed. Got herself up onto the podium in the scratch race yesterday. Really smooth down the back straight. Charlotte Corshid, she found herself on the podium as well with a bronze medal in the team's pursuit, but you couldn't have had a more unlucky day. Get a bronze medal, but pulled her wheel in the team's pursuit first round. Got to ride the final and was very important in that final, and then got caught up in a crash, unfortunately, in the scratch race. So she had every part of the world happen to her yesterday, Charlotte Corshid. Pulled wheel, crashed, then they couldn't change the front wheel and ended up with a bronze medal for the end of the day. So all the emotions for the young West Aussie. Billy Russell I've seen her do so well in the junior ranks. And the under 15s now up into the under 17s. Over the last several years, watching her race here at National Champs. Now trying a hand at the individual pursuit, and she's the fastest time out on track at the moment as well. Looking very, very smooth, hasn't slowed down at all, so nice controlled first couple of laps. She's going to come through with 2 laps to go. 500 metres left to run. We have a look at the time as she goes through. She's at 1:54.641. So quickest time so far. A bit of work for Charlotte Korshid. Doing a good ride. She's got herself up into 5th. Just wants to lift a little bit more, though, over this last lap and a half for the West Aussie. Billy Russell will come through. Up 1 on the schedule, according to the coach, as she goes through at 2:14. This is going to be very, very fast in comparison to everyone else so far. She's going to hang on to it over this last half lap, Billy Russell. Charlotte Korshid comes through. Half a lap to go for her as Russell comes into the home straight, looking for around a 2:34 mark. Just inside 2:33.958 for Billy Russell goes number 1. Charlotte Korshid gets through 5th place, 2:39.532. Move on to our penultimate round now. Second to last to go. We welcome the back straight from Western Australia. This is Sienna Tinkler. And the home straight from Queensland. We welcome Isabella Potts.
Come on, Bella!
So our second to last qualifying ride here, Isabella Potts, seeded as the faster qualifier. Sienna Tinkler got the bronze medal yesterday in the team's pursuit, and was somewhat stronger than the rest of the team as well, the West Australian. Comes from a triathlon background, coached by former Olympic champion Peter Dawson and World Teams Pursuit champion Peter Dawson. So he thinks quite a great deal about this young lady from Western Australia. So we'll see what she can produce here. But of course, Isabella Potts, no stranger to standing on the top step of the podium with the Queensland team at National Championships. This is going to be a good contest between these two, moving nicely. Second and third at the moment through the first 4 laps. We'll see how they're travelling at the end of the first 1,000 metres. Got to be so careful not to go out too quick. And Potts just looking a little bit more in control at the moment. Goes through 1:16.34. Tinkler 1:16.5. And nothing between the two, but it's these next 2 laps that are going to really start to tell who's the one who's really got those pursuit legs. And then, of course, you're going to try and fight on and sprint home for the victory. Nothing between the two. Sienna Tinkler slightly in front at the moment with the quickest time of the day. Getting plenty of support from the West Australian crowd. Need to hear from the Queensland crowd on the home straight when Isabella Potts gets here. Need to lift this Queenslander back to the top spot here. And there's the noise we want. But Tinkler leads the way, going out to about a 0.8 difference between the two here. She's got a lap and a half to go. Going to try and leave the track in on today. Tinkler goes down the back straight. 1 lap to go for Tinkler. Potts, 1 lap to go for her. There's now about a 1.5 seconds difference between the two. Tinkler comes through. Big finish here for the West Australian. She leads the Queenslander, and a Queenslander of some credibility as well. Sienna Tinkler goes to the back straight. She's going to finish off 2:30.622. That's an excellent time. Great time also from Isabella Potts, goes to number 2, 2:33.006. But Sienna Tinkler, she'll go to the hot seat with 1 heat to come. So we move on to our final heat of qualifying, our under-17 girls individual pursuit. Welcome in the back straight, representing Queensland, Sienna Monteith, and in the home straight, also representing Queensland, this is Ava Robbins. Underway now in this final heat of our under-17 qualifying. Ava Robbins in the home straight. Only a first-year under-17. She's actually the National Omnium champion as well. We saw her win last night in the scratch race and the team's pursuit. So one of the biggest talents in our girls track cycling at the moment. Of course, her mum, Jackie Mengler-Moore, no stranger to the podium with the Queensland team in the elite levels. Moving very nicely down the back straight here, Ava Robbins. Sienna Monteith trying to get herself up into the top couple of positions. Ava Robbins goes through. Fastest time so far. We'll get an understanding of really how well she's going through the first 1,000 metres when she joins us in the home straight this next time. So Robbins moving very nicely indeed. This is the quickest first kilometre by some way, 1:14.292. Of course, the national record is held by Lauren Bates, 2:28.775. So we could be looking at something very big here from Ava Robbins, ladies and gentlemen, because if she can negative split her first 1,000, she's on for a national record here, Ava Robbins, as she heads down the back straight. She was very rapid through that first 4 to 5 laps. We'll see how she hangs on to it over this last 2. Get behind the Queenslander. We may be seeing a national record go here from this young lady. We saw Sienna Golding take the national record yesterday in the under-15s, and that was Ava Robbins' national record. Now, can Ava go and take Lauren Bates' national record? She comes through now. We have a look at the time, 2:10. It's going to have to be a big last lap because it's 2:28 is the record. Going to have to be a very, very fast final lap. We have a look across the track. She's a chance still. She's really going to have to move over this last part of the journey. Ava Robbins, we're looking to get inside 2:28. She comes up, she stops the clock, 2:28.940. Just outside the national record, 2:28.775. But my goodness me, what a ride from Ava Robbins in the qualifying. Goes to number 1. Sienna Monteith goes to number 2. So they will race for the gold and silver medals later today as they push Sienna Tinkler into the ride-off for 3rd and 4th against Isabella Potts. So it's 3 Queenslanders and 1 West Australian who will be riding for the medals later here today. Great ride.
Through the camera? Can you hear us through the camera? Is it working all right? Any better? Yeah, I think we taped over the microphone. I think that's probably good. All right. Okay, so microphone.
Move back into our sprinting rounds now. This is 17 versus 18 in our junior 15 boys sprints. So 17th will race against 18th, and then 19th will race against 20th. And that's based on our seedings to this point in the day. So it gives the juniors that extra ride. Otherwise, they've come a long way for a qualifying round of 1 round. So they'll get to come up on the track and race again, and we welcome from Victoria, Jake Lesky, and from Tasmania, Oscar Peether. Straight out ride, 3 laps of the track. Peether leads the way. And you look over the shoulder. Jake Lesky, on top of the track. Quite happy to use the banking where he can, get on top of the gear. It doesn't take a lot for these guys and girls to get on top of their gears with the restricted gears that they have to use. We've seen a number of the bigger riders bouncing as they come across the start-finish line because they've just run out of gear entirely. They lead through 2 laps to go. The Tasmanian leads the Victorian. Years and years ago, we saw so much carnival racing where the juniors in Tasmania and Victoria be able to build their talent. Carnivals are still there, but not to the standard they were once upon a time as they come to the home straight this time. A good start from the Tasmanian. It's going to try and make it a long one. The Victorian's just too tenacious, isn't he? Up round the outside, straight past as they head down the back straight. The Tasmanian's not going to give it away, and this is where the gear ratios come into effect, because the Tasmanian's going to keep fighting all the way back up the home straight against the Victorian. But Lesky will get there, will take his ride and win the day in 17th in the end. Great contest between the two. Move on now to the ride-off between 19th versus 20th. And from Victoria, we've got Caden Ryan. And from the ACT, we've got Zach Thomas. So the Victorian leads. Nice little bit of pace on as he heads down the back straight. Keeping his opponent up on the top of the track. Zach Thomas, the rider from the ACT. Great opportunity for the riders to be able to get another ride in here. A qualifier in the first round. Now a little bit more of a contest as you go up against somebody who's a lot closer to your speed from qualifying. Caden Ryan not too worried about looking hard at his opponent. Now he's going to have to, because Zach Thomas comes underneath him and now controls the situation. They'll start to come into the home straight. Good riding here from Thomas, just holding up Ryan. Plenty of track to move though, and well done to Thomas, making sure he gets down and into position first. Now, has he got the legs to be able to take on Caden Ryan as they head down the back straight? The bigger man going to have to sprint too wide all the way around if he wants to get there. He's gotten to his hip. Can he get round his hip? He's going to fight hard. Thomas fighting on as they come up into the home straight. Ryan goes to him, but Thomas, the good tactics of leading it out, he'll take that one. The ACT rider, he'll finish 19th. Caden Ryan will go to 20th. Great racing between the two. We move on to the ride now of the 21 to 23. Old school sprinting, 3 up. This is what we want to see, which is more of this. Let's bring back 3 riders in the final. Gold, silver, bronze. Let's just get on with it. But for now, we'll stick with 21 to 23. Sean Bates of the ACT, Joel Gooley from South Australia, and Chase Hutchins from South Australia. Chase is number 49. A little bit of a red tag on the back of his helmet between the two South Australians. 3 up sprinting. Just gives you so much more to watch with the sprinting. Certainly not against the match racing, but the 3 ups, and in the old days we used to have the 5th to 8th ride-offs as well. A superb way of just seeing the sprint tactics. Coming to the home straight, Gooley is the meat and the sandwich here. Best position to be, and keep an eye on both riders. He's just quite happy to follow Chase Hutchins at the moment. Chase takes his teammate up to the top of the track. Opportunity here for Bates as they head down the back straight with a lap and a half to go. Hutchins leads the way. Gooley does the right thing. Gets underneath, gets himself into position. Using that second spot, meeting the sandwich position beautifully there, Joel Gooley. We'll start to head into the 200. Remember, there's nothing between the times of these three. And we're going to have a three-way drag race down the back straight here. Gooley, then Hutchins as they go through the bend. Gooley, Hutchins, Bates. It's going to be Gooley who hangs on. That's the difference with the gear ratios. Great ride from Joel. Used the tactic wisely, got himself to the front, gets the win. Chase Hutchins into second, and Sean Bates will finish in third place. Everyone joining us on the AusCycling YouTube channel. Just a slight break, a couple of minutes as we get into the individual pursuit qualifying for our under-17. So commissaires will go to their positions. We'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes. We welcome heat number 1 onto the track for our under-17 boys individual pursuit qualifying. Just the one rider for this one, so the toughest job in cycling. Heat 1, only rider on the track. Please welcome from Western Australia, this is Matthew Christian. And there's plenty of West Australians in the home straight, so this should be the noisiest heat of the day. So the first of our riders, Matthew Christensen. Sorry, Christian, not Christensen. That was the Danish guy. This is Christian. Going to be the first rider to try and set a time here today. Set the fastest time he possibly can. See how long he can stay in the hot seat for. Rather new to track cycling. Great to see him up into the state team so quickly in his journey with the sport. Heading down the back straight. Nice position on the bike. Come up and see 5 laps to go. We'll get a good understanding of where he's positioned a lap from now. After his first 1,000 metres, he's going okay at the moment. Sitting around possibly around a 122, 123 for his first 1,000 metres. As he heads down the back straight, what he'll be looking to do is try and make his second 1,000 metres around the 118 mark if he can. Try and really go quicker over the second part of the journey. He's made a liar of me. He's gone through in 120, going a lot quicker than I thought he was. 120 there for Matthew Christian as he heads down the back straight. His state coach Ross Dyer right on the pursuit line. Let's have a look at the coach in these situations. Quite happy, not really asking him for anything else. No hand gestures, just calling in the schedule as he goes through. Standing right on the pursuit line. You'll see Christian just sitting back in the saddle a little bit more, just trying to get a little bit more comfortable here. He comes up with 2 laps to go there. Moving nicely still. He's going to come around and get the bell this next time. Went through the first 1,000 metres in a 120. Have a look at the time and see where he is as he comes up to get 1 lap to go. 2:19 at this stage, so he's on line to go quicker through the second 1,000 metres, which is what you want to see. We haven't seen every single rider do that here over the last couple of days, but he's doing a good ride here, Matthew, who comes into the home straight this time. All the West Australians went home, I can't hear them. 2:38.234 for Matthew Christian. We move on to heat number 2 of our under-17 qualifying. We welcome in the back straight, representing New Caledonia. Please welcome Hugo Gardin. And in the home straight, representing Western Australia, please welcome Matteo Boudier. Nice fast start here from both riders, Boudier and Gardin. Could be at the French Championships, couldn't we? One from New Caledonia, one from Western Australia. And of course, by way of France, for Dad anyway. Heading nicely down the back straight. We've already seen Matteo's brother Thomas racing here in the sprints in the under-15s today. Good couple of little bike riders from the Boudier family, and he's going nicely here. Matteo, his fastest time out on track at the moment. This is the first 1,000 metres though. It's the second 1,000 metres that's going to really find out how they go. The New Caledonia rider looking very smooth on top of that nice red bike as he heads down the back straight. Nothing between the two. Gardin goes to the lead. They've both gone through the first 1,000 metres in the 118 mark. So they've gone through quicker than where we saw Matt Christian. And Matt Christian didn't tend to slow down. In fact, he got a little bit quicker on the second 1,000 metres of his journey. So let's see what these two can do. Boudier rocking and rolling in the shoulders. He's really trying here, going on with it well. Gardin just edging him just at the moment. What can the West Australian do? Can he lift? Can he get himself up for a heat win at the very least here? He's certainly coming back. He's certainly trying. Nothing between them, 0.6 of a second. Lap and a half to go for both this time. Hugo slightly in front of Matteo. They'll come up and receive Bell Lap, looking for a big sprint finish from the West Australian, the New Caledonia rider, fighting on nicely here. He's lifted a little bit earlier as well, the New Caledonia rider. Half a lap to go for both as they get back to their pursuit line. The New Caledonia rider leads the way. Big finish coming from the West Australian. They go back to their start-finish points. Boudier finishing nicely. Nothing between them. But top spot will go to Hugo Gardin, 2:32.955. Matteo Boudier goes through 2:33.316. Move on to our next heat now. And welcome in the back straight, representing the ACT, this is Jackson McDonald. In the home straight, representing Queensland, this is Eli Taylor. Underway now, Eli Taylor, the Queenslander, starting on the home straight. The rider from the ACT, Jackson McDonald, out to a nice quick start here. Settling in nicely, very quickly indeed, up onto the position on his pursuit bars. Taylor moving nicely. Quite a high setup on his bike there, the young man from Queensland. Both riders moving very rapidly over this first few laps. See if they settle in, see if they just knock a little bit of the pace off. And see the ACT coach just giving that gesture of just rein it in a little bit. It's so hard to rein it in once you've got the pace up though. It's not as easy as it looks. You get to a certain pace, the legs are already starting to get juicy. The coach says just slow it down a little bit. You can really put some concrete in the tops of the thighs, but he's moving nicely, Jackson McDonald. Fastest rider out on track just for the moment. Eli Taylor seems to be settled in a little bit better to his pace. We'll see where they are when they go through the start-finish this time. That's quick, 1:12.56 to Jackson McDonald, 1:13.4 to Eli Taylor. This is a lot quicker than what we've seen so far. So what are we on for here as Jackson McDonald goes round? He's done a 1:12 for his first 1,000 metres. Now he's being asked for a bit more from the coach, and as we can see, Eli Taylor had a little bit more of a controlled start. He is coming back on over the top of Jackson. Not quite there just yet. It's Jackson just holding on. And to come through and get 2 laps to go. 500 metres left to run for these two. The ACT rider being asked for a lot more this time. The Queensland coach a little bit more controlled, just calling the schedule to his rider. Taylor seems within himself. McDonald, though, he's fighting on beautifully here. Impressed with how he's going. That's a fast start. I thought I might have seen him fall apart a little bit. Now has been asked for a bit more. There's nothing between the two. 0.3, 0.2, that's all it is. McDonald slightly leads. Taylor coming back as they get up to half a lap to go. But now McDonald lifting again, gets a little bit more of an edge over the top of Taylor. We're going to have a look and see where they finish on the time here. Nothing between them, but McDonald 2:25.021. Fastest time. Eli Taylor 2:25.24. So McDonald 1:12 first kilo, 1:13 flying. Taylor 1:13 first kilo, 1:12 flying. So very identical rides. Taylor's just negative splitting his 2,000 metres. Great contest between the two. So we welcome now Will Astridge from the ACT in the back straight. His opponent in the home straight representing South Australia is Ruben Pickering. Ruben Pickering and Will Astridge underway for their ride here. Fastest time of the day so far, 2:25.021. McDonald of the ACT, Taylor 2:25.241 into second. They're some 7 seconds quicker than everyone else out on the track at the moment. Saw some good racing from Ruben Pickering yesterday in the scratch races. Very intelligent breakaway riding to get himself into the final. He gave it a good try in the final as well. We'll see how he goes here in the individual pursuit. At the moment, the ACT rider, Astridge, just leads the way. See how they're travelling through this first 1,000 metres. Astridge and Pickering, nothing between the two, both gone through in 1:14. So that's a more controlled start than we've seen in the previous ride. So we'll see how these two go over the second part of the journey. If you'd really want to be trying to take maybe 3 seconds off, 2 to 3 seconds off your first 1,000 metres if you can. Once you're rolling, it's about the distance, 2 to 3 seconds in the start. See Ruben Pickering, unfortunately, came down in the scratch race final last night. You can see on his right leg, quite bandaged up after having a good win in the qualifying heat in the afternoon. Just being asked for a little bit more from the coach. He leads the way in this ride at the moment. They're showing 3rd and 4th on the track. However, with the last 2 laps will make a big difference between these two, because as we saw in the heat before, they never really went a lot quicker in their second 1,000 metres. These guys may do. 3rd and 4th at the moment. Bells have sounded. Work to do on this final lap for the two. They're not slowing down, either of them. Pickering lifting very nicely. We'll see where Ruben Pickering can get himself up here. 2:25 is the time to beat to go to #1 spot. They're going to be just outside that. 2:26.599 for Pickering, 2:27.41 for Astridge. Heat number 5 about to come out onto the track. In the back straight, we welcome from New South Wales, Josh Moore. In the home straight, we welcome from Victoria, Flynn Kessel. It's a big afternoon of individual pursuing for our junior 17s. 12 heats in all for the under 17 men's field. This is heat number 5, gold and silver. Just the first top 2 qualifiers get to ride for the gold and silver. 3rd and 4th will ride for the bronze medal. So no semi-finals in this one. This is straight out the best time you can possibly do. And then if you're lucky enough, come and reproduce it later in the day in the gold and silver ride or the bronze medal ride-off. These 2 riders moving nicely. Flynn Kessel, second fastest according to our scoreboard, out on track so far here this afternoon in this division. We'll see how he's travelling as he comes through the first 1,000 metres this time. Kessel goes through 1:12.5, fastest time so far. Josh Moore 1:14, a little bit more of a controlled start as we saw in the previous heat. Kessel into the home straight, moving nicely. Good piece of riding here by Josh Moore, though. Seems to be just coming back ever so slightly. We'll have a look at where they're positioned this time as they go across the line. 150, 150.7. So yeah, Josh Moore just starting to make his way back towards Kessel, and he's really coming home on him now. So right on the point of the saddle here, the New South Wales rider, the Victorian, needs to lift as he comes up with 1 lap to go. Nothing between the 2, but Moore has gone to 3rd. Kessel just dropping off the pace a little bit. 5th fastest time according to the scoreboard. Moore leads Kessel now. Good strong finish here from Josh Moore. We'll see where he can finish off. He's going to stop the clock. 2:26.104. Kessel 2:28. It's 3rd and 6th for now for the rider from New South Wales and Victoria respectively. In the back straight, we welcome George Tucker from Queensland. In the home straight, from Victoria, Omer Kamitsi. Anna Meares leads in this one so far. A little bit off the pace of what we've seen so far. Omar, however, gold medal yesterday in the team's pursuit. So a good start to the week for him. He comes into the home straight this time. Have a look at how they're going through the first 1,000 metres, 1:13 and 1:14. That's the there and thereabouts of what we've seen so far. It's the last few laps that are so important. So we've seen a number of riders happily going through in 1:12, 13, 14. They haven't really changed their pace in the second part of the journey. The Victorian coach just asking for a little bit more here from Meares. He's gone to the #1 spot now. I was going to say he looks like he's lifted after in that 5th or 6th lap, and he certainly did. We'll come to the home straight this time with 500 metres to go. The Victorian looking to set the fastest time, still being asked for a little bit more. Fastest time out on track at the moment. George Tucker is trailing a little bit in the middle of the field, sitting in around the 5th place at the moment. Meares will come into the home straight and receive the bell lap, and he's moving nicely. Just been asked for everything now. Goes through 2:06, so sitting around the 24, 25 mark at the moment. Short 24 if you can really move over this second part. Comes through the bend now, the Victorian. Where can he stop the clock? He's been the fastest time so far. Is he going to hang on to it just inside, just outside in the end? Just slowed down. George Tucker, take your hat off. George Tucker, what a finish. What an absolute finish from the Queenslander. Goes to top spot 2:23. What is it with Queenslanders and being able to sprint? That was superb. George Tucker, 2:23.936. Heat number 7 now in the back straight. We welcome from New South Wales. This is Ruben Shepherd, and in the home straight from South Australia, we welcome Harrison Lace. So this is heat number 7 of the 12 heats here this afternoon. The quickest time, George Tucker showed everyone how to pursuit in that last one, how to bring it home for a pursuit, 2:23. Superb finish. That's exactly what you want to see from the pursuiters. It's the national record held by Sam Washington of WA, 2:14.090. That was set on the Midvale Speed Dome a couple of years ago. We've got some good talent still to come here today. We saw that in the team's pursuit riding yesterday. At the moment, we have a look to see how the New South Wales rider, Ruben Shepherd, 3rd quickest at the time. 10th for Harrison Lace. So Ruben Shepherd, he's doing a nice first 1,000 metres here. Big lad on the bike. These guys only under 17s. Heads down the back straight, the New South Wales rider. Goes through the first 1,000 metres. 1:13.305. 1:14.9 for Harrison Lace. So Shepherd, can he lift from there? Can he get himself really moving over this next part of the journey? Lace coming back nicely as well. Lace has actually started bobbing his head and rocking his shoulders, so he's done a very controlled first 1,000 metres. The South Australian here really starting to move nicely towards this last 500 metres. Almost back onto level terms with the rider from New South Wales, 6th and 8th. Harrison Lace moving nicely. Ruben Shepherd just falling away from the pace. 1.5 laps to go. Shepherd trying to lift now. They'll come up and get the bell lap, these two riders. A little bit of work to do over the last lap to get themselves a lot further up the leaderboard here. Shepherd and Lace. It's going to be bragging rights for the top spot between these two as they head back to their start-finish posts. They go to the line, 8th and 9th place, 2:27.444 to 2:27.468. Great contest between the two. Harrison Lace, the South Australian, is the one who was able to come back, and both riders finishing off nicely. Heat number 8 coming out onto the track now. We welcome in the back straight from Tasmania, Max Woodruff. In the home straight representing South Australia, this is Liam Underwood. The top time of the day so far, 2:23.936. That's George Tucker from Queensland. I have to keep talking him up now for the rest of the afternoon because he came underneath my radar. Didn't see him coming home the way he did against Omar Kamitsi, and all of a sudden he was a couple of seconds quicker. So George Tucker sits in the hot seat for now, 2:23.936. A couple of seconds clear of McDonald from the ACT. This is Woodruff versus Underwood as they go through their first 3 laps. This is the quickest start we've seen for a couple of rounds. 1 and 2 on the track at the moment, according to our scoreboard, between these two. Underwood of South Australia and Woodruff of Tasmania as they go through their first 1,000 metres. That's the quickest, 1:11.5 to 1:11.7. Now I've got another 1,000 metres to hang on to it. Going nicely, these two. Not showing any chinks in the armour just yet. The South Australian comes into the home straight where we are, moving nicely. Both coaches asking for a little bit more from both riders. There is less than 0.02 of a second between them. Good contest here with 500 to go, and the Tasmanian slightly in front. The Tasmanian still just going out to not much of a lead, 9.6 to 0.03. Good contest. Let's get behind both these riders as they come through. They're going to get 1 lap to go now. Really being asked for everything from both coaches. They are locked together. Tasmania ever so slightly in front. When I say ever so slightly, 0.03 of a second. Looking for the fastest times of the day so far. Woodruff lifting. Underwood going with him. Woodruff and Underwood. This has been a great contest. They go and stop the clock. 2:22.446, 2:22.994. Woodruff of Tasmania goes to #1 spot on the leaderboard for now. Great piece of pursuing by both riders. Heat number 9, we welcome to the track in the back straight from Victoria is Jack Panozzo, and in the home straight representing Queensland and the new under-17 scratch race champion of Australia, Felix Crossman. So this one, the 4th to last of our heats here for qualifying. Getting to the fast riders here was Felix Crossman. What a great ride last night in the scratch race, or yesterday afternoon I should say, in the scratch race. Got away with about 5-6 laps to go. Got that 60 metres, 80 metres very quickly. You don't usually see those sorts of moves work, especially in a national junior championship like this. But he just got further and further and further away. Ended up having half a lap at one point, won the national title. And if you look back at the history of how Felix wins his races, he won the state title the same way. He also won the scratch race at the Omnium Championships the same way. So it's not as if he tried something new. They knew it was coming. It was a great race, but of course, the race was animated by a massive attack last night, or yesterday afternoon, again I say, by Lockie Stewart. Really blew the race to pieces. There was a bad crash as well. We lost 5 riders just towards the end, but it was a superb scratch race just the same. We'll see how these two are travelling as they come up to 1,000 metres. 1:12 for both, 3rd and 6th. Both there and thereabouts. It's this next couple of laps that's going to pay the difference. Crossman, how can he lift? We know he can go for 5 or 6 laps, no trouble at all. He looks very, very smooth. Doesn't seem to be any panic whatsoever from his coach. He's gone up around the 3rd spot at the moment. Very smooth indeed. What I'm expecting is in these last couple of heats is we'll see these riders in the 4th, 3rd position, and then all of a sudden, that's what I was expecting. Felix Crossman has gone from 3rd to 1st with a couple of laps to go because he's not slowing down the way the earlier heats have. So Felix Crossman is going to come up this time to receive a 1 lap to go, and he's leading the way on the scoreboard, the Queenslander. 2:03 as he goes through. He's going to get very close to around the 2:20 mark here, possibly even inside it. He's moving beautifully down the back straight, the Queenslander, not slowing down at all. The Victorian going through, just under half a lap to go. Crossman's going to stop the clock, 2:20.884, top time so far. Panozzo goes through in 2:25.063. So Felix Crossman, the form still good a day later after winning the National Scratch Race Championship. Our third last heat of under 17 qualifying in the back straight. We welcome the Tasmanian Monty Mannion. And in the home straight from South Australia, we welcome Benjamin Cade. Quick start from both riders here, 20.8, 20.9 there for Mannion, just a little bit quicker than Cade over that first lap. Really moving nicely, these two. So some very fast starts. I keep going on about it. You'll be getting bored of me saying it, but we've seen some very fast starts over this last couple of days. 36 there for Ben Cade, moving nicely over the first 500 metres. This, of course, our third to last. We've still got two to come after this, so we've still got seeded 4 of the top riders in this competition still to come, with Lachlan Stewart and Cooper Dunlop to go in the last heat. Cade is moving really nicely. It goes through 1:09.09 for Cade through that first 1,000 metres. That is the quickest by a couple of seconds so far. Getting a lot of support from the South Australian fans in the back straight. Cade comes through. Doesn't seem to have tired just yet. The shoulders and the head not rocking at all. The legs spinning beautifully for Cade. Mannion still moving nicely as well, but Cade is on a ride here at the moment. He's been asked for a little bit more from the coach. 1:43 with 2 to go for Cade. He's really still hanging on to it nicely. This is a good ride here from Ben Cade. Mannion goes through. Cade into the home straight. He's going to come up to get a lap to go now. 2 minutes to there, so looking to be our first rider inside 2:20 here, Cade. Just getting a little bit heavy down the back straight for him, as you can see, but he's not moving his head, he's not rocking his shoulders at all. He is staying true to his form here, Ben Cade, as he comes into the home straight. Going to be the first one under 2:20, 2:18.982. Mannion goes through with the third fastest time as well, 2:22.033. Benjamin Cade goes to the top spot for now. Our penultimate round of under 17 pursuiting now. New South Wales in the back straight, Luca Sugiati. And in the home straight, we welcome from Queensland, Oscar Schoff. Fastest time just been set. The tracks are light. Ben Cade, 2:18.982. Nice quick start here from Oscar from Queensland. He comes into the home straight. Not as much between them as I thought. By the time Luca sat down and got going, he's into a nice pace straight away, the New South Welshman. So quite close, these two. Controlled first lap, first half lap. Now they're settling down into their pace, doing nicely. 3rd and 7th out there, nothing between them, the two of them though. And of course, the last ride we saw, Ben Kay, that was remarkably quicker than everybody else so far. So everything will seem a little bit more controlled with this ride. Scoff goes through 3rd. Zucchiardi's gone from 7th to 5th, riding a very intelligent pace here, riding into the event rather than starting like a bat out of hell and slowing down on the second half. We'll come and look and see where they are at the end of the first 1,000, and they're dead level, both riding through in 1:10.8, 1:10.9, and then they've got to hang on for another 1,000 metres. This goes to show the quality of these kids nowadays. Moving very nicely indeed, looking to get themselves both up into the top 4, and they're on schedule for that at the moment, especially if they can lift over the last 4 laps, and Luca Zucchiardi certainly is. He's got great pedigree in the individual pursuiting, stood on top of the podium before in the junior ranks. Zucchiardi down the back straight, the New South Welshman, leads Oscar Schoff, and he's the 2nd fastest time at the moment. The fastest time, 2:18. That means he's sitting somewhere in the 2:22.19 pace at the moment. Zucchiardi has got the better of the Queenslander just for the moment, but Oscar trying to come back. Bell lap now, 2:01. Trailing by about a second-ish, 1.5 on the time of Ben Kay. He's finishing nicely here, the man from New South Wales. So is Oscar Schoff. He's trying to get himself up into that top 3 positions here if he can. Lucas Zucchiardi will go across. 2nd fastest, 2:19.231. Oscar goes across 2:20.335. Couldn't ask more from either of them. Zucchiardi has got himself up into the medal rounds by finishing 2nd there. Oscar Schoff's going to have to sit down and wait to see what happens in the final heat of the day to see if he's going to come out again and see if he can race for a medal. Ben Kay leads the way, 2:18.98. Zucchiardi 2:19.23, and then Oscar 2:20.33, and then Felix Crossman 2:20.884. It takes us on to our final qualifying heat of the day. And we welcome in the back straight, representing Western Australia, this will be Cooper Dunlop. His opponent in the home straight, representing Victoria, Lachlan Stewart.
Because it's where the light comes down. You can see those streams of light down the track, and it hits the glass as you're filming, and it kind of just goes.
Big launch out of the gates from both riders this time. Superb riding yesterday from Lachlan Stewart in the team's pursuit. Did 2 6-lap turns in both the qualifying and in the final to assist Victoria in winning the championship here yesterday. Cooper Dunlop didn't ride the team's pursuit with the West Australian team. They didn't put a team in. He was very animated in the scratch race, got unlucky towards the end, ended up in 6th place. So both these riders were well and truly credentialed, an Omnium champion and the silver medalist here out on track at the moment. But have a look at the pace of Lachlan Stewart as he heads down the back straight. He is absolutely motoring here, the young man from Victoria, as he comes through. Definitely the fastest time out on track at the moment. And Cooper Dunlop, to give you an idea, he's the 3rd fastest time out there, and he seems to be riding more of a controlled ride to get himself into that top 4. So he's not doing a bad ride, but have a look at Lachlan Stewart as he comes through. Goes through in a 1:06.694, if you don't mind, for the first 1,000 metres here. Remembering the national record is 1:14.090, held by Sam Washington. We could be seeing something very special here in qualifying from Lachlan Stewart. Moving beautifully. Cooper Dunlop is still third. So don't think that Cooper Dunlop's doing a bad ride. He's doing a great ride. It's the third fastest out there. But the ride by Lachlan Stewart as he comes through this time, he is really moving, being asked for a little bit more from the coach, if you can believe it. Lachie Stewart heading down the back straight. A lap and a half to go for him. Let's get behind both riders. Dunlop looking to get into the top 4. Stewart is looking at a national record here, and he's chasing the back wheel of Cooper Dunlop. Can Lachlan Stewart take the national record here? He's got half a lap to go. He's got about 10 seconds to do it. He comes into the home straight chasing Cooper Dunlop. 2:14.09 is the record. Lachie Stewart smashed it. 2:12.262 for Lachlan Stewart. Ladies and gentlemen, stand up and applaud this young man. That is outstanding. Dunlop goes to the top 4. He'll race for a medal as well. Lachlan Stewart, take a bow. Well, it's quarter-final time for our under-15 girls sprint championship. We welcome race number 1 out onto the track now. It's going to be contested between the Queenslander Maddie Douglas-Savage versus the South Australian Monica Siebert. Once again, we welcome Maddie and Monica onto the start line. Queensland versus South Australia. Quarterfinals, this is the best of 3 rides. South Australian leading the Queenslanders. They come through with 2 laps to go. Siebert got the enduro bars on as well as right in the sprint contest here. The little half brake levers that are on there with no brakes, but we see that on all the enduro bikes nowadays. So doubling up in both sprinting and the enduro ride, and they're coming to the home straight this time. Good riding here from Siebert. As Savage, Douglas Savage is the quicker qualifier. Good race here. It's going to be a drag race through the 200 down the back straight. Going to go handlebar to handlebar down the back straight. Good racing here. Douglas Savage is the faster of the qualifiers, but she's making it hard ride for herself as Siebert fights back underneath. Can she get through? No, she can't. Douglas Savage will take the first one. My goodness me, that was a good first race. An all-Victorian affair for our second race. First heat, race 1. Sorry, second heat, race 1 between Emilia Zhirkova and Jasmine Gill. Zhirkova is rider number 17, the rider who leads the way. Jasmine Gill in the white helmet behind her. No pace on at all as they come into the home straight. Great courage shown by these riders on the banking. It's not easy just cruising around the top like that. Emilia leads the way in front of Jasmine. Zhirkova and Gill, they head down the back straight. What can Gill do from here up against the faster qualifier? Plenty of track to work with as they start to come into the home straight. This time will be Bell Lap. Emilia starts the sprint, but Jasmine Gill gets the position. Nice riding. Beautiful piece of riding there from Jasmine Gill. Got herself into that metre line first, and now she takes on Emilia down the back straight. There's some work to do through the bend here for Emilia. She's got the strength, has she? Jasmine Gill fights back on the inside, out of the saddle, all the way to the line. And Emilia just up round the outside in the end, but that was great tactic from Jasmine. Took her on nicely. Heat 3, race 1. We welcome to the track Ella Smith from Western Australia, and from South Australia we have Molly Opperman. Once again, the 86 wheels getting a workout from the West Australian team here. To own a bike shop in WA when you're selling those things. Ellis Smith leads away. WA versus SA as they head down the back straight. Good qualifying ride from Smith earlier today. Got herself up into third, so she's well and truly got the speed to be amongst the medals here. But first of all, she's got to make the best of these next few rides. 2 if she can do it correctly against Molly Opperman. And Molly is a good competitor. Coming to the home straight this time, 2 laps to go. Tactics are plenty here as Ellis was just trying to slow the pace down, giving the impression that she wanted to force Molly to the front. Doesn't want to do that at all. As soon as Molly wanted to try and go past, Ellis just started to build up the pace. However, has this played into Molly's hands, because now Ellis is underway with a good lap and a half to go before she hits the finish line here. Work to be done here. This is a long sprint. Molly Opperman looks like she said thanks for the lead out, because it's going to be a drag race down the back straight. Has a look over the shoulder, sees Molly Opperman coming, gets up to the hip. The West Australian fights back on the inside. Too wide around the outside is too hard. Ellis Smith takes the first one. Good piece of riding in the end, but that was a very long sprint. So just a bit of a hold up of the start for all of our YouTube viewers. Commissaires just looking back at the videotape of the digital tape, not even tape. They're looking at the replay of that previous ride between Ellis Smith and Molly Opperman. The indication that Ellis may have come out of the metre line in the back straight, so the commissaires will look at that before getting underway on the next one. We welcome our next heat up onto the line. Heat number 4, race number 1. This is Hannah Walters of Queensland and Allegra Veritov of New South Wales. Veritov leads the way down the back straight. Nothing between these two. Walters, the slightly faster qualifier, but honestly nothing between the two of them. As we've seen already, between 1 through to 8, doesn't need to be much, does there? Because the contest is fantastic in the junior ranks. The gear ratios have a lot to do with that. But 1 through to 8, just the flick of the fingers. Get the tactic right, you can change your day. Down the back straight, Walters takes advantage of the fact that Veritov wasn't really keeping the pace on in the lead position. However, she's forced herself to the front. Now she's going to have to go full on for the last lap to take her on. There's some long sprinting happening here. Walters leads down the back straight. Veritov not quite in the slipstream just yet. Walters leads into the home straight. Too strong in the end. She'll go across the line first race, but we are seeing some long sprinting being done by these junior riders. So we go back to our 15 boys now, 9 to 16 place sprints. And we welcome the race of 9 versus 10. Number 43 is Cam Franks of Queensland. He'll be going up. No, my apologies. I've got the wrong list in front of me. We've actually got the quarterfinals now. My apologies. This is Riley Dixon of Queensland versus Flynn Jensen, race number 1, under 15 boys sprint quarterfinal. Best of 3, just like the girls. Dixon, the fastest qualifier, he leads away. And Dixon was almost 0.4 of a second quicker than anybody else here this afternoon in qualifying. He's going to find himself up against Flynn Jensen, who had a great tussle with Cam Franks to get himself into the quarterfinals. So head down the back straight. Dixon leads the way, keeping a good eye on where Jensen is. Plenty of track to work with though as they come into the home straight, and plenty of track is going to be used here by Flynn Jensen. Gets underneath Riley Dixon. Riley will be pretty confident though. He wasn't too worried about when it went. Now he moves down the back straight, up around the outside of Flynn Jensen. Just a little bit too much, so don't think Riley Dixon was too worried about the tactics. He knew what he had in hand. He'll go through, take the first ride over his teammate Flynn Jensen. We've got Ethan Lee of Queensland now against Lockie Morgan of Western Australia. Best of 3 between these two. Race number 1. Morgan leads the way as they head out of the back straight. Got Lee up on his wheel, not giving him too much room at the moment. It's a different ball game entirely once you get through the qualifying ride. Everything to race for. Morgan keeping the pace on here. Hasn't really got sight of where Lee is too much. He knows he's behind him, but he can't really see him. So now they go for a long one again. Once again, one of these long sprints. Morgan buries the head as they come into the home straight. Up round the outside, Ethan Lee panicking a bit early, wants to get himself up round the outside. And it's playing into the hands of Morgan at the moment if he's got the legs. Lee seems to be stronger, but you've got to get round that hip. This is a good ride from Morgan from the front. He's taken him on. Lee's not going to get there. Morgan's going to hang on. Good piece of riding there from Lachlan Morgan. Ethan Lee didn't worry about getting in the slipstream, just tried to take him on straight away. Didn't work out for him in that one, but best of 3, he's got another chance or 2. Welcome Aidan Parslow from Queensland, his opponent Jacob McLaughlin. So Parslow, the faster of the two, got to go at walking pace that first half lap. Parslow now rolls away. McLaughlin into second place, so no harm done there. If McLaughlin had rolled forward, the commissaires may have picked it up straight away, or held it up straight away, because Parslow didn't roll away at walking pace for that first couple of metres. Now they're okay, they can do what they like. McLaughlin now has Parslow up around the outside as they enter that part of the track very slowly indeed. My goodness me, there is nerves of steel there for Parslow at the top of the track, no trouble at all. Slightly smaller gear definitely has an advantage to being able to keep the bike just that little bit slower momentum. Even so, you've still got to back yourself to do it, don't you, at the top, steepest part of the bank. They head to the back straight now. Plenty of track to work with. McLaughlin doesn't have a lot of pace on at the front. Parslow able to push up through the gap. Now McLaughlin starts to build pace, holding Parslow high at the track. They come to the home straight and Parslow moves down underneath, first one into the metre line. But up round the outside, McLaughlin couldn't quite get around him there. So down the back straight, now McLaughlin's going to have to try. He's going to have to try a couple of times as well, because he gets himself up onto the wheel. But that's as far as he's going to go in this ride, because Parslow's too strong from the front, and he'll take that one out. Fourth heat now of the under-15 boys sprint quarterfinals. We'll welcome up onto the track a rider from Victoria. This is Joseph Natoli, and his opponent from New South Wales is Cooper Farr. Cooper Farr took one of the big scalps here already this afternoon, reversing the seating of himself and Aidan Noyant. That was a great piece of sprinting. Let's see what he can do here. Can he get himself up into the top four? That would be a great day for Cooper Farr if he can get himself up into the top four placings here today. That's the beautiful thing about match sprinting. If you can do the tactics right and still got the legs, the sky is the absolute limit. Cooper Farr, beautiful green bike as he leads through. 2 laps to go. Keeping a good eye on the Victorian. He's going to become possibly the Victorian team nemesis here today. Diminutive size of Cooper Farr as they head down the back straight. New South Wales versus Victoria. Keeping the pace on, keeping a good eye. Just missed where he was for a second there. Good piece of riding there from Natoli. Gets himself to the front. Now there's a lot of work to do for Cooper Farr. As they head into the 200, Cooper Farr's in the slipstream, no worries at all. They head down the back straight. He's got himself up to the hit, but it's one thing getting to the hit. It's a whole other game trying to get around it as they come into the home straight. And Natoli's too strong from that position. He takes ride number 1. This would have been the sprint for 9th versus 10th. And in this instance, Elise Vaughan is the winner of the sprint in a walkover. Mackenzie Stevens failing to take the line from South Australia. So Elise Vaughan will finish the day in 9th position in the National Championship today. Well done, Elise. Move on now to the ride between 11 v 12. New South Wales, Grace Alcock should be going up against Evelyn Power from the ACT. Now, two riders that come up onto the line now. New South Wales is Grace Alcock and ACT is Evelyn Power. It's the ride for 11th and 12th place on the day. Grace Alcock is the rider who sits in 11th for the moment as far as the seating is concerned. These two riders obviously know each other pretty well, all smiles on the start line before they rode off. The ACT rider leads the way as they head down the back straight. A great afternoon of competition between these riders. We've still got the championships to be raced for. There will be a break in the program between the two sessions, about half an hour. Once we get through the quarterfinal sprinting, we'll start this evening's program. It will be an evening program now. They'll start off with the team sprints, qualifying, and then we'll move on to the individual pursuit championship rides. Then the sprinting, team sprint finals as well tonight, and the sprint finals. Still plenty to play for here today at Anna Meares Velodrome. Great piece of track craft being shown here from Grace Alcock, just backing the bike into Evelyn Power. Now she gets on with it. Great tactic, showing how she can handle a bike and handle it beautifully as well. Grace Alcock goes through the 200, but Evelyn Power is moving now nicely. I think doing the backwards stuff just got into the legs a little bit for Grace Alcock as they come into the home straight. Can Power get round, up round the outside, all the way to the line? Grace Alcock will hang on by the width of her tyre. Great ride by Evelyn Power to try and come back at her. Great tactic by Grace Alcock. Might as well try something. It's the National Championships. Grace takes out the 11th place sprint. Now the sprint between 13 and 14. Welcome to the track. From Tasmania, this is Ellie Waldock, and from New South Wales, this is Miriam Williams. Whoever wins will finish 13th. Second place will finish 14th. Ellie Waldock from Tasmania is the faster of the two qualifiers. And she leads off in first position. We're seeing some quite remarkable differences in the wheel sets used by our junior riders here today. Some riders on the very standard aluminium wheels, and another range of riders with the deep dish carbon wheels. It does make a big difference. I can tell you that. If you've ever ridden a velodrome, you'll know fully well. The lighter and quicker your wheels can be, just adds so much more to your pace. No pace on as I speak about it from the Tasmanian rider, and that's what happens. Gravity takes effect. Both riders finding out they'll be okay though. I'll wait for them to brush themselves off. The Tasmanian rider will bring herself back very quickly. It's always the best way to find out how slow can I go on the banking. That's how slow. Unfortunately, I think Miriam just put her hand down at the wrong time, just naturally. Just might have bent the fingers back, bent the wrist back a little bit there. Says just checking out the track. Tasmanian Ali Waldock, she seems okay. She's getting ready. I just saw the way that Miriam sort of hit the deck. She tended to bend her hand back a little bit there. So let's hope it's just the initial feeling, if, you know, when you bang your hand hard or you sprain your ankle, that's all it is. Let's hope she can bounce back on here. Seems to be okay. So just requesting medical assistance for Miriam here. Looking for our medical assistant. So we'll see these two riders leave the track and we'll get the next heat up onto the track. So hopefully we'll see Ellie and Miriam back on the track shortly, but we're going to move on in the program and go to the next group. We're going to move on to the under 15 girls sprint, 15 to 17 places. This is the best. This is straight out, but it's a 3 up again. We've seen one of these already today. I do love watching these ones. We're going to have from New South Wales, Freya Ingverson, then from South Australia, O'Hara Rattigan, and from WA, Caitlin Death. Freya has drawn the #1 spot. Caitlin Death in the meat and the sandwich position in that second wheel. Good place to be for this style of racing. And then O'Hara Rattigan will be the South Australian. She'll roll off in third place. They don't have to stay like that though. They can move anytime they want. Final instructions from the starter, Mitch Bland. Death has moved herself to the front. Well, I'm from Western Australia, so I've seen Caitlin race a fair bit, and she's only in under 15s. I've seen her racing since she was under 11s. She came to us one day at the presentations in the under 11 state championships requesting could she have a silver medal, but she was the only one in the competition, and she'd won that many gold medals by the time she was 13. She just wanted another colour, believe it or not. So the silver bullet leads down the back straight, goes into second wheel now behind O'Hara Rattigan. No pace on at the moment. Good opportunity here for somebody who wants to take advantage of it, and Rattigan does. She goes from the front. The South Australian gets underway. The West Australian chases out after her, then New South Wales Ingverson. This is a good move by Rattigan. A little bit stronger here. Death out of the saddle again, trying to get herself up, looking for a higher place if she can. Into the home straight though. Rattigan is going to finish 15th, Death 16th and 17th for Ingverson. Great opportunity to have a race on the track. Good sportsmanship shown by all three. This is heat number 2. And race 2, Maddie Douglas-Savage and Monica Siebert. Maddie's got the first ride, but Monica took her on nicely in that first one. It was a good contest. They move into the home straight now. Good riding here from Maddie Douglas-Savage. 1 to go. She's got herself into position better this time. The faster qualifier. Siebert on her wheel as they head down the back straight. You wouldn't expect Siebert to be coming out of the slipstream from here because Douglas-Savage was the stronger of the two. They're coming to the home straight. Once again, still a great contest between them. But Maddie Douglas-Savage, she goes through to the semi-finals, the fastest qualifier. Great riding from Monica. Got herself up into the quarterfinals in the National Championships. Race number 2 now between Emilia Duravikova and Jasmine Gill. Duravikova, she's a very strong sprinter. She was the second fastest qualifier here this morning, but Jasmine Gill, great tactician, great track craft was seen from her. She's the one who leads. Will come through with 2 laps to go. And Emilia just going to dictate terms here as they go underneath the scoreboard. Saw this in the first ride though. Jasmine Gill got herself into beautiful position once the sprint started to open up. And Emilia was just a little bit too fast, too strong up around the outside. Well, coming to the home straight this time. Can Jasmine make it best of 3 here? Emilia starts the sprint early. And Jasmine out of the saddle, up into the slipstream really comfortably. But I don't think Emilia was flat out at that point. Now they hit the back straight. Now Emilia's starting to wind up, knowing fully well what the tactic of Jasmine was going to be. Get into the slipstream and try and come out of it. And as soon as she did, she improved her speed. Great riding there from Emilia. Great riding indeed. That was a very good tactical ride from the front. She knew fully well that Gill would try and get in the slipstream and flick out of it. So that's why she wasn't absolutely full on. Good sprinting there from the 2 Victorians. This is quarterfinals at the Nationals. Everything to race for. So this will be heat number 3, race number 2. And as you can see, our scoreboard giving the win to Molly Opperman. So there was a reversal of placings between these two after race number 1. There was movement outside of the metre line in the back straight of race number 1 from Ella Smith. So unfortunately for her, she's going to try and come back and win 2 straight now to get herself into the semi-finals. Opperman will lead away this time. as Ella Smith will follow. She was the third fastest qualifier this morning, Ella Smith. Wants to get herself into the semi-finals, but she's going to have to do 2 more rides if she wants to get there. Opperman leads the way. She's had some very good rides here today. She finds herself in the quarterfinals, 1 ride up. They come through now, 2 laps to go. Ella Smith wants to put herself to the front. Opperman, though, has got the track position as they head down the back straight, moving nicely. Well, it's going to be a 2-lap, lap and a half drag race now. Ella Smith couldn't get up around the outside, and she's still taking her on. Hasn't just dropped into the slipstream because that's bell lap now. Opperman leads on the inside. This is played into Opperman's hands here because she was the slower qualifier out of the 2, but she's forcing Ella Smith to race twice as far for a lap and a half, and Opperman has used the tactic beautifully here as they come to the home straight. But Smith, can she get there? Yes, she can. My goodness me, she was the stronger rider, but made hard work of that one. But she keeps it alive. They're going to come out for race number 3. Move on to heat number 2 of race number 2. Heat number 4, race number 2, I should say. This is Hannah Walters of Queensland. She's 1 race up against Allegra Beretov of New South Wales. So we're going to see a 3rd ride in the 15 girls sprint quarterfinals. Big afternoon of racing here. Hannah Walters, she's not going to want to do 3 rides here. She's going to win this one. Go and put the feet up, come back in the evening session. Allegra Beretov, though, she wants to go to 3 rides. She wants to make this as hard as she possibly can, wants to try and get herself up into the semi-finals here, try and ride for a medal tonight. Beretov keeping the pace up. Keeping the pace up is one thing. You don't want to start the sprint too early, especially against somebody who's that little bit quicker, but she's got the pace moving now. Hannah Walters up into the slipstream quite comfortably. Beretov is starting a very long sprint here as she goes through with 1 lap to go. Walters just lurking at the 200, thinking about trying to make a run down the back straight. Beretov still leading. You see what I mean about the gear ratios. It makes it a hard work to get around the outside. Beretov trying to hang on in the middle, but the run down the banking might be enough for Walters, and it is. Hannah Walters takes race number 2 between the 2 of them, and she will go into the semi-finals. We move forward in our program. We're back to the quarterfinals of the under-15 boys. Welcome rider number 42 at the top of the track, Riley Dixon. His opponent, rider number 44, is Flynn Jensen. Riley Dixon is 1 ride up and the fastest qualifier here this morning. Broke the 12-second barrier here, the under-15 rider. Riley Dixon rode 11.95. Very, very handy. And like, yes, he's on a carbon fibre bike, but just on stock standard wheels by the looks of things. So nothing special in the equipment really for Riley. So it's all bike rider. No true ways about it from this young man. They come through, 2 laps to go. Flynn Jensen. He used some good tactics in the first one against Riley Dixon, but Riley Dixon was just a little bit too quick when they started moving. They head down the back straight. They pace on through that bend. Seen that come a little bit unstuck one time already today. And Jensen trying to hold up the faster man, but he knows he has to let the track open, and Dixon knows that as well, and he gets himself up around the outside. Plenty of track to play with. Jensen still holding Riley up the track. Riley's not bothering too much about it. Now they start to move. Jensen goes to the bottom of the track. Riley Dixon showing a lot of confidence here in his sprinting. They head down the back straight. Jensen up out of the saddle, but Dixon gets up to his elbow and up round the outside, just that little bit too strong and fast as Dixon goes up round the outside. He's going to take himself through to the semi-finals. Flynn Jensen's done great racing. He's got to the quarterfinals of the National Sprint Championships. Riley Dixon, 11.95 this morning as an under-15. It's on restricted gears. Superb riding. Good riding from both of these young Queenslanders. Move on to our next race now. Welcome up onto the track, Ethan Lee from Queensland and Lachlan Morgan from WA. Lachlan Morgan, he's one race up in this best of 3. There's a very long sprint, the first one between these two. Lachlan Morgan, he wants to lead out again. The tactic worked the first time, but it was a very long sprint. Shiniest bike in the game for Lockie. Leads through up on the Stales line. A little bit more finesse for this one, possibly. Into the home straight this time. 2 laps to go. Pace is on nicely. Ethan Lee staying right up out of his line of sight, and that's why he did, but he's made this a real long one here, Ethan Lee. Lockie Morgan wasn't quite ready for the pace. Ethan Lee's made it a really long sprint though, so Morgan has time if he can get going. They go through with 1 lap to go. Lee has a look over the shoulder and realises I've got another lap to go. Here we go down the back straight. Lee leads the way. Can he hold off Morgan as they hit the final bend? Lee leads and he's going away still as they come into the home straight. Lee too strong. That was a great piece of riding. Well, he was the faster of the two in the qualifying. And Lee took him on, so they're going to come back for a third ride here in the quarterfinals as well. We move on to our next ride now in our quarterfinal series. And welcome onto the track from New South Wales. This is Jacob McLaughlin And the rider who is one up in this best of three from Queensland is Aidan Parslow. Well, McLaughlin out to a very large lead to start with Parslow. He figured, I'm just going to go to the top of the track. McLaughlin allowed him to. Now he's not gone on with it. He's letting Parslow get himself back in the game. So Jacob McLaughlin leads through now as Parslow just closes the gap a little bit more. Now he gets himself into a better position than before as they head down the back straight with a lap and a half to go. Pace is on here. McLaughlin not going to have a lot of sight of Parslow at the moment because he's so jammed up behind him. Looking for a bit of track craft. Parslow uses all the track he can, gets himself in the metre line first. McLaughlin falls for the trap of trying to race him in a drag race and finds himself going too wide around the outside. Parslow, the faster of the qualifiers, still leads as they come round the bend. Parslow too quick. He goes through, takes ride number 2. He'll find himself in the semi-finals. This is our fourth heat now, race number 2 for our under 15 boys sprint quarters. Welcome the New South Wales rider Cooper Farr on the green bike, and then from Victoria Joseph Natoli. Here's one ride up. Joseph very strong in that first ride between these two. Don't underestimate Cooper Farr though. He has taken seedings off riders to get himself into the quarterfinals here this evening. Lead down the back straight, up on the Stayers blue line. You can go high, you can go low if you're leading from there. Keeping a good eye. You have to keep a good eye on your opponent though. You see the lighter man at the top. He's got nerves of steel. And I can ride right at the top as slow as I like. Is where Natoli, a little bit more nervous about it. Didn't want to go all the way to the fence. Now the pace is picked up. Cooper Farr has a look over the shoulder. Needs to be paying attention down this back straight. Because Natoli, he knows he's stronger. He knows he's that little bit faster. He's still going to get it right because there he goes. Natoli goes. Starting an early sprint now. Can Cooper Farr get into the slipstream this time? He's got to get in the slipstream and just sit in it and then attack it down the back straight. Looks like he's trying to do that at the moment as they go to the back straight. Cooper Farr's doing the right thing. They go into the bend. He can't get past the hip of Natoli. The Victorian just a little bit too strong here. He's going to find himself in the semi-finals as well. Great racing. So we welcome back to the track Elliot Waldock from Tasmania. This is the 13 versus 14 ride-off. Unfortunately, Miriam Williams had damaged her hand in that crash earlier, can't come back to the start. So Ellie Waldock from Tasmania takes the 13th spot in the under-15 girls sprint in a walkover. I wish Miriam all the best. I hope to see her again during the competition. So to all everyone who's joining us on our AusCycling YouTube channel, still got some sprinting to come. And of course, we've got some more quarterfinals to come. Best of 3 rides here happening today. We're waiting on now the ride off between 9th and 10th in the under-15 boys sprint. Looking for Cam Franks and Jacob Corp, who will be coming up onto the track shortly. Big program of racing here this afternoon. Only a half an hour between the 2 sessions as well. When we come back for the evening session, there will be the Olympic, well, I say Olympic sprint. It's not called that anymore, is it? The team sprint qualifying will be coming on. We've also got the pursuit finals and the sprint semi-finals and finals. So a big night of racing. A very big afternoon of racing for all of the officials and riders. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our 9 to 16 places sprints now, and this is the sprint for 9th and 10th place. Rider 43 is Cam Franks of Queensland. Rider 41 in the black helmet, that is Jacob Cork. This is for 9th and 10th on the day here at the National Championships at the magnificent Anna Meares Velodrome, the home of the 2032 Olympic Games, and already been home of the 2018 Commonwealth Games. What a great atmosphere that was in 2018 when we got to see all of the racing. Who remembers the big grandstand in the back straight that almost went to the ceiling? So much to look forward to in the coming years here in Queensland, and it's going to come round very quickly. 2025 already, only 7 years away. Who knows, you might see one of these 2 young men representing Australia by then. Cam Franks, Jacob Cork. Washing all the pace off. These guys know this track better than anybody. The 2 local Queenslanders. Pace starts to just mess around a little bit. We'll come up with 1 lap to go this time. Keeping a very good eye on him. Cam Franks keeping a good eye on Jacob Cork here as they open up with 1 lap to go. The bell sounds. Cam Franks leads down the back straight. Jacob Cork needs to go to him down the back straight. Both riders giving everything they possibly can here. This is good sprinting between these 2. Franks, though, leads it. Can Cork get up round the outside? No, he can't. Cam Franks will finish 9th. Jacob will finish 10th. Great sprinting between the 2 young Queenslanders. Move on to the 11 versus 12 sprint match now. The first rider up onto the track in the gold and black colours from Western Australia is Niam Shah. And his opponent from New South Wales will be Lucas Stribic. Niam has drawn the front spot for this one. Leads away just down on the blue, Côte d'Azur as we call it, that part of the track. Now they have to get up onto the boards themselves. Haven't quite gone the half lap yet. Thomas says being very lenient at this time of the day. Got a lead for the walking pace for a period of time, and Liam Shah leads through. They come into the home straight. He's lost sight of Lucas Stribic just for that little bit though. Stribic says, I'm here, I'm underneath you, I don't need to ride on the banking. I saw what happened to Miriam. Liam Shah leading, picking up pace this time. Hasn't got the head on a swivel just yet. Now he starts to have a look to see where Lucas is as they head down the back straight. Fantastic, those 86 wheels, aren't they? They stand out with the big stickers on them. Great for TV, but wouldn't want them in a scratch race. Everyone knows where you are, especially if you're one of the better riders. Liam Shah looks going nicely as they hit the 200, but Lucas Stribic down the back straight. Good drag race here. Stribic's so strong though. We saw him strong last night. He's up round the outside of Liam. This is for 11th place. The New South Wales rider will take it. 11th and 12th at the Nationals. You see both riders bouncing on their saddles just on top of those gears as they go across the line. Well, this one's for 13th and 14th today. This is Aidan Noyen of Victoria, Peter Samuel of New South Wales. And to be fair, Aidan didn't think he was going to be in this position at the start of the day. Unfortunately, he lost his first round ride because he was one of the top qualifiers here this morning. Lost his first round ride and finds himself riding for 13th and 14th position. So I look forward to seeing him in some other events here this week in the time trial, possibly the Kieran as well. And I think we're going to see some good things from this young man. He's up against Peter Samuel. Last time I saw Peter Samuel, he was supporting his brother Daniel down the race at the racing. So this is the first time I've actually seen him race. So he's grown a little bit since the last time I saw him, a few years on. If he's anything like his big brother, he'll be a very handy track cyclist, and he gets underneath nicely here. Peter Samuel taking on Aidan Noyen. He's going to drag race up the home straight. Aidan Noyen's a little bit quicker, gets himself back up round the outside through the 200. Peter Samuel happily still in the slipstream as they go into the last 100 metres now. Aidan Noyen leads from the front. Peter Samuel's not giving it away at all. A good race all the way to the line there. Only a half bottom bracket between them. So Noyen takes 13th. Peter Samuel will take 14th. Great racing between the two. So we're going to move on to the last of our 9 to 16 sprints. This is 15th to 16th, WA versus SA. We'll welcome the first rider up onto the track, Thomas Boudier of Western Australia. And his opponent will be Jack Pentland of WA. I can see Granddad and Dad sitting in the grandstands there for Jack, supporting him today. Just embarrassed Granddad as well. He sat back in his chair. So Boudier leads away. Jack Pentland follows on. Good to see the Pentland name still racing at the Nationals, back in the Nationals. Great family from South Australia. As they head down the back straight, Boudier leads the way. Pentland up the top of the track. No pace on from either of these two, showing nerves of steel from both riders. And when these guys ride the scratch race, if you hear Thomas Boudier's name a lot, it's not because he's a West Aussie, because he wears a bright orange helmet. And I'll remember that. Commentator's friend, the brighter the helmet, the more mentions you'll get. Tell Mum and Dad that for next Christmas. They head down the back straight now. Thomas Boudier leads the way. Jack Pentland gets himself up into the slipstream. Going to be a long sprint this time. Boudier is very strong from the front, so Pentland's going to have some work to do. Boudier goes through, 1 lap to go. Pentland, though, in the slipstream, but the gear ratios take effect. They head down the back straight. A drag race between the two of them. Pentland gets to the hip. Bit hard to get around it though on this gear ratio situation. The stronger rider on the front will lead out and go to the line. Thomas Boudier will finish in 15th place. Jack Pentland 16th. Great racing from two. Well, we've got plenty to look forward to. The evening session is going to be absolutely electrifying here this evening. The team sprint, the finals of the individual pursuit, the semis and finals of the sprints as well. We're still finishing off, though, our quarterfinals. We've got 2 or 3 races still to come here before we have a break in the session. So all of our friends joining us on the AusCycling YouTube channel. You'll be able to have dinner soon. You'll be able to have a break soon. But make sure you come back and watch us for all of the medal rounds here this evening. There will just be a half an hour between the two. But Opperman leads away in front of Ellis Smith. Who needs a scoreboard to update us? Opperman leads. Smith down the back straight. Opperman leads. Whoever wins this one goes through to the semi-finals. Smith was the faster of the 2 qualifiers. Opperman, though, she's ridden brilliantly in the one-on-one racing. They head down the back straight. She's doing the same thing again. She is forcing Ellis Smith to drag race her from the outside, a lap and a half from home. Ellis Smith is playing into the spider's web at the moment. Opperman leads down the bottom. It worked for Smith last time. Has she got the strength to do it twice? She's going to need to run off the banking to try and get herself in front here as they go into the bend. Smith is the stronger of the 2, but she's out of position. Opperman fights back again. Opperman underneath, but Smith, she's too strong. She'll go through to the semi-finals. Great piece of riding, great racing from both. But Ellis Smith, she will go through to the semi-finals. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last race of our day session here. On the completion of this race, there will be a 30-minute break between sessions. Please welcome back to the track representing Queensland. This is Ethan Lee. His opponent from Western Australia is Lockie Morgan. The winner of this will contest the semi-finals. Ethan Lee, his turn to lead. If he chooses to, Lockie Morgan can take the lead from him, and he does so. So these two will know each other well now. What they do know is there's been a long sprint twice. Lockie Morgan's not afraid of having a long sprint here. Ethan Lee using the same tactic he used in the ride previously, not giving any room to Lockie Morgan. So Lockie Morgan will be quite happy for that. He's starting this sprint real early though. Is he backing himself or is he nervous? They head down the back straight. They're underway already, these two. Forget about sprinting 200 metres. Let's just make it 500. Let's make it really fair. They go through with 1 lap to go. Lachlan Morgan leads at the 200. Ethan Lee looks a bit more comfortable this time as they hit down the back straight. Lachlan Morgan takes him on. He goes to the shoulder. Ethan Lee seems to have a little bit more legs this time. They come into the home straight. There's going to be the Queenslander who gets up round the outside. With a long sprint, just a little bit too long that time for Lockie Morgan, and Ethan Lee takes full advantage of the slipstream, and he will find himself in the semi-finals. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our West Australian and Queenslander. Ethan will be back for the semi-finals, and we will be back racing at 6:15 here in Queensland, 30 minutes time everywhere else in Australia and around the world. Thanks for joining us on YouTube. Thanks for joining us in the stadium. So welcome back to our AusCycling YouTube channel viewers. We're getting underway very shortly with the start of our evening program here at the AusCycling National Track Championships for under 15, under 17 boys and girls. Starting off this session with the team sprint qualifying for our women and under 17 girls, and also team sprint qualifying for our under 17 boys. Individual pursuit finals for the under 17s to come this evening, as well as the under 15 semi-finals of the sprint and finals. And then we will finish off with the team sprint finals here this evening. So a couple of hours of racing ahead of us. It's been a big afternoon of racing, individual pursuits and sprinting. Some great racing as well. So looking forward to an absolute ripper night here at the Anna Meares Velodrome. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we say welcome back to this evening. We'll start off our program for our under 17 girls qualifying in the team sprint. Our scoreboard will join us shortly as we see New South Wales getting themselves ready in the back straight. We have South Australia in the home straight. Qualifying contest to start us off. The South Australian team of Libby Smith, Isabella Blackwell, Sophia Baker. They'll take on Lucy Allen, Juno Smith and Zoe May from New South Wales. Fairly straightforward with the team sprint qualifying tonight. First and second fastest will go to the gold final. Third and fourth will go to the bronze. 3 heats in all. Both teams away nicely here. South Australia in the home straight. Third rider of South Australia. No, she's okay. It looked like she might have a little bit of problem there. Smith leading for South Australia down the back straight. We have a look to see Allen leading New South Wales. Nothing too much between them as they go through to start with. New South Wales ever so slightly out of the saddle for South Australia. Baker not happy with the pace. Gets them underway down the back straight. New South Wales still lead ever so slightly. Juno Smith on the front for New South Wales as they head down the back straight this time. Right together now, South Australia out of the saddle again, wanting a little bit more. Blackwell leads down the back straight. South Australia and New South Wales, they are neck and neck here. Big finish coming from Zoe May from New South Wales. Blackwell into the home straight. South Australia just, is it? Yes, it is. 57.325, 57.560 for the New South Wales team. So that was the New South Wales B team on our start list here. So their second fastest time for now. It's going to be a quick program this evening. Championships to be raced for in the individual pursuit 17s, the sprint championships. Well, we've got semis and we've got finals, so that'll take a little bit longer because we've seen some great contest here today in the quarters. And if the semis are anything like the quarters, we'll be seeing best of 3 rides throughout the evening. And of course, then we will have the team sprint final here as well. It's been a great day of racing following on from last night, or yesterday afternoon, should I say. We welcome our next teams out onto the track in the back straight. Please welcome the team of Queensland, represented by April Paddy, Grace Hunter and Michaela Gibbs. In the home straight, we welcome the team of Western Australia, the team of Ava Rogers, Viana Najafian and Maddie Pitt. Away now in the home straight for the West Australian team. Rogers and Najafian in pit as they get away. We have a look at the Queenslanders as they come into the home straight. They're starting a little bit nicer. No, they're all together. They go out of the home straight with Paddy on the front. Rogers swings up. The West Australians lead ever so nicely there. David Rogers got the West Australians away nicely, and the Jaffians doing a great job as Matty Pitt lays off like the sprinter as they come into the home straight. The West Australians, they're looking for a time here. They're leading Queensland. Matty Pitt down the back straight here from Western Australia, moving very nicely. They've got the better of the Queensland team by the looks of things here. As Gibbs tries to finish off. It's all going to be about the time, though, as Pitt hits the line, 54.296. That'll do for the quickest, 55.910 for Queensland. And Queensland go to the second fastest time, but Western Australia, with one heat to come, they are the fastest team thus far. We welcome heat number 3 out onto the track now. In the back straight, we welcome the team of Victoria, made up of Addison Tor, Sharvi Tankasali and Isla Shaw. In the home straight, New South Wales A, made up of Jenna Gallagher, Erin Prince and Alexis Phillips. Both teams away cleanly. New South Wales in the home straight. Getting away very quickly indeed here. A lot of space between the wheels of the New South Wales team. Victorians a little bit better. They come down the back straight. Tangsali will take over Victoria, but they are well underway here with Prince leading from New South Wales. However, I think it's Phillips just trying to get herself back up into the slipstream a little bit. They've got the better of Victoria, but it's about the time. It's the time that's going to matter here. As they come into the home straight, New South Wales take over, but Prince has had to chase. No, Phillips has had to chase for a lap or so. So he's just starting to feel it as she goes into that last half lap. I think they'll have the better of Victoria, but it's going to be a question of time. New South Wales into the home straight. Where are they going to stop the clock? Second fastest, 55.390. Fifth for Victoria. So Western Australia, 54.29 with the fastest qualification. New South Wales A, 55.390. Then Queensland, 55.91. South Australia will ride for a medal with a 57.325. Everything to race for here this evening for these juniors. Well, we move on now to the under 17 boys qualifying for the team sprint, and we move on to heat number 1. There's a few more teams in this. In the back straight, please welcome Victoria B, the team of Flynn Kessel, Jack Panozzo and Omer Kamitsi. In the home straight, we welcome the team of New South Wales B, Hugo Barnes, Gabrielle Jacobson and Josh Moore. Whistle sounded, whistle sounded. So problem there in the home straight. False start called on one of the third riders. So they'll all roll round back to the start and line up again. The New South Wales B team, well, they're going to be pretty happy for that. For the simple reason their starter hopped his back wheel on the start line. That would have really been difficult to get the bike moving after that, so they get a second chance. So the team of Kessel, Panozzo and Kamitsi, the Victoria B team, they go to the back straight. New South Wales B team, Barnes, Moore Jacobson. No mistake in the home straight this time for New South Wales. Beautifully smooth out of the starting gate. Barnes leads the way. Victoria comes into the home straight now. The New South Wales have got out to a flyer in that first one. No trouble whatsoever. Kessel leads down the back straight for Victoria. It's keeping them in the mix. New South Wales with some work to do. Need to get up into the slipstream here to finish this off nicely. Victoria starting to come back and coming back with some vengeance here. They'll come up with 1 lap to go. Remember, this is all about the time. They go through almost locked together. Moore versus Kamitsi, it looks like, as they go through, is it? New South Wales still leading the way. They head towards the back straight. This time, Victoria, New South Wales. New South Wales, 51.255. Just in front of Victoria B, 51.397. We move on now to heat number 2. We welcome in the back straight, South Australia B team, represented by Kane Azapati, Hunter Wood and Tyler Cunniff. The home straight, we welcome the team of Queensland B, Cruz Kemps, Flynn Larkins and George Tucker. Queensland away in the home straight. Nice and smooth, a lot of noise here from the Queensland crowd. Good crowd in here for the Junior Championships in the home straight. South Australia out to a flyer, really moving nicely there as a party as he heads down the back straight. Got some work to do from second wheel for South Australia, but they really got out of the blocks nicely. They head towards the back straight now, the Queenslanders moving nicely, but they're trailing South Australia, who got out to a really good flyer. Wood from South Australia swings up as they head down the back straight. South Australia still lead. All the work to do now for Queensland as they has Cunniff of Queensland trying to, sorry, that's Cunniff of South Australia. Larkins it is. They come into the home straight now. South Australia will finish with the quickest time so far, 50.108. Queensland go across fourth fastest for now, 51.476. There's a number of heats tonight in this one, 5 heats in all. But for now, South Australia B have got the quickest time. So unfortunately for the South Australian B team, it's deemed by the commissaires that their first change was illegal and they will be relegated to last place. So New South Wales go to number 1. We move on to the next heat. Western Australia in the home straight. Trent Redensburg, Toby Zoe, Lincoln Andrews. In the back straight, the team of New Caledonia. Enzo Martarejo, Chad Jarret and Hugo Gardin from New Caledonia. Away now, the West Australians being led away by Trent Rensburg. New Caledonia moving very nicely out of the blocks. Third rider having a little bit of trouble on the wheel though. Rensburg will get up out of the way. They'll go through with 2 to go. He hands over to Toby Zoe down the back straight. Looking for the fastest possible time they can do here. Toby Zoe into the home straight. He's going to hand over to Andrews. They've got 1 lap to go. Everything to do here. 51.25, 51.39, 51.47 are the times so far. Western Australia got some work to do to get themselves in the time. Looks like they're going to do it. Lincoln Andrews going to come up and stop the clock. Inside 50, 49.399. New Caledonia go 51.807. So with 2 heats to go, WA go to the top of the leaderboard. So Western Australia, top of the leaderboard, 49.39, second fastest time at the moment. New South Wales B with 51.25. We move on to heat number 4 and we welcome in the back straight the team of Tasmania, Mitchell Stretton, Max Woodruff and Monty Mannion. In the home straight, we welcome the team of South Australia A. This is Ewan Grierson, Mitchell Stevens and Jet Petts. Got a pulled foot in the back straight. Whistle sounded. South Australia are going to be thankful for that because their starter slipped his wheel. Didn't pull his foot, but he slipped his wheel. And the Tasmanian in the back straight pulled his foot. So they will come back to the start line, both teams. The South Australian starter, he'll breathe a sigh of relief, that one. So the commissaires coming together on the track centre just to discuss that. Just to get an adjudication on the pulled foot in the back straight. I'll come back to you shortly with a decision here. So those joining us on the AusCycling YouTube channel. Just a bit of cross-trekking going on in the track centre at the moment because there was a pulled wheel and a pulled foot in the back straight. So just an adjudication here by the chief commissaires to know what's happening. South Australia in the clear though. They did nothing wrong. The starter, however, just like we saw with one of the New South Wales team, just slipped the back wheel out of the blocks. So now the teams are coming back. So we're about to see the Tasmanian team, I think, are about to be taken from the track. So they do not get a restart. The question was going to be asked because yesterday we saw the West Australian under-17 women's team pull their wheel in the qualifying ride, and it was deemed not a mechanical, so therefore they didn't get a restart, and now somebody's just reminded them of that down in the track centre for this one. So unfortunately for Tasmania, they miss out. So we move on with heat number 4, ladies and gentlemen. South Australia A will go by themselves. Unfortunately, pulled wheel by the Tasmanian team is not deemed a mechanical, as we saw yesterday with the West Australian under-17 Teams Pursuit women. It's not a mechanical, so therefore they don't get a restart here. So South Australia A, Grierson, Stevens and Petts about to get underway to set their best possible time. Beautifully out of the blocks this time for the South Australian team. No slip of the wheel whatsoever from Grierson as he gets them underway. Got Stevens up onto his wheel, then Petts. Stevenson doing the layoff that we see. That's some intelligent bike riding. Lays off and then just runs at the starter whilst the starter is doing a flat-out effort. Good intelligent riding there from the under-17 in Stevens. They've got to try and beat the time of 49.399 of the West Australians to get themselves into top spot. They go through with 1 to go. Got some work to do to get inside the time of WA. They're up into the second fastest time though. Good contest here, got a big finish, get themselves up in the top 2. They'll ride for medals tonight. South Australia, can they get there? They're going to come up and stop the clock. Second fastest, 50.023 for South Australia. So we move on to our final heat here in qualifying. We welcome in the back straight the team of Victoria A. This will be the team of Ben Woods, Riley Boyd and Lockie Trenton. And in the home straight, the team of Queensland A, the team of Oliver Jordan, Eli Taylor and William Emilias. And away in the home straight. Victoria into the home straight this time. Moving nicely, the Victorian team well in front of Queensland. Came out of the blocks just a little bit different, the Queensland team, but Victoria, they are well and truly underway here. Got themselves up to second fastest at the moment. Queensland A team had a little bit of trouble. Victoria head to the back straight. They're the second fastest at the moment. They're still the second fastest. They've got some work to do to get inside of the time of the West Australian team, but they could get themselves in for the second spot at the moment. It depends on how they go over this last little bit. Victoria, is it going to be 1 or 2 as they hit the line? Victoria, it's 1:49.388 to the Victorians. Nothing between. This is going to be a final. Victoria A, 49.388. Western Australia, 49.399. It's going to be a good one. Ladies and gentlemen, we come back now to the semi-finals, under 15 girls sprint championship. We welcome rider number 9, Hannah Walters from Queensland, and rider number 6, also from Queensland, Maddie Douglas-Savage. Now, some good news for the South Australian team. South Australian B team, who was announced as relegated earlier. They have not been relegated. That decision has been reversed. The South Australian B team end up with the 4th fastest time. They will ride South Australia A in the bronze medal ride-off. Victoria A will ride Western Australia for the gold medal. Three laps of the track, best of 3 between these two. Maddie Douglas-Savage, fastest qualifier. We have seen some very long sprints in these junior rounds here today. Don't think I've seen sprinting like it, where the riders have been going from a lap and a half, a lap and 3/4 out, concentrating so hard on being in that first position because, as I've said it before, and you'll get sick of me saying it, the gear ratios, they're all on the same gear. You have to time it really perfectly if you're going up against somebody just that bit stronger, a bit faster. Because if you do, you can beat your opponent. There's no two ways about it. They head to the back straight. Maddie leads Hannah. Two Queenslanders. They will know this track intimately, training on it all the time. Douglas-Savage leads the way, and great riding here from Hannah Walters. She's made the top 4. She's going to take on the fastest seed. Now, Maddie Douglas-Savage, is she going to attack straight away or just sit in the slipstream? Thinks about sitting in the slipstream, now has to find herself. No real slingshot there for Maddie Douglas-Savage. On the hip, caught on the hip by Walters. Is she going to get the run down the banking? Walters is going to take ride number 1. This is the sort of contest we have seen here all afternoon from our junior sprinters. The seeding hasn't always stayed true, so Hannah Walters takes race number 1. Good tactics. We move on to the next of our semi-finals. Welcome in the black and gold from Western Australia. This is Ellis Smith. Her opponent from Victoria is Amelia Jurevkova. So second fastest qualifier versus the third fastest qualifier. We've already seen the fastest qualifier lose race 1. So anything can happen. It's been a big afternoon of racing. It's now just coming up 8 minutes towards 7 o'clock here at the Anna Meares Velodrome. Racing started at 12 o'clock today. So it's a big working day for these riders as Smith starts to employ the tactics. Deep dish wheels, the 86 deep dish wheels on the bike of the West Australian. Fairly stock standard pair of wheels there for Amelia. Let's see if they're going to be the difference. Amelia, though, she's been very fast, very strong from the front, especially here today. Ellis Smith has been very fast, but she has had a couple of very long sprints. She made it to the semi-finals the hard way because she came up against Molly Opperman in the quarters, and Molly took her on and raced her in every single race. And not a centimetre was spared as far as racing through that 200 metres. And now Smith goes to the front, catches Jurevkova just off guard a little bit here. So they're going to get underway with 1 lap to go. Is Amelia laying off, or has she not gotten herself into the slipstream? They head down the back straight. Ellis Smith head down, going for the line here. Jurevkova is going to try and come at it through the home straight. Is she strong enough to get up around the outside of Ellis Smith? Ellis Smith will take ride number 1. 2 sprint semi-finals and 2 reversals of the seeding already. Everything happening here this evening. We move on to the under 15 boys sprint semi-final now. We welcome, representing Queensland, number 42 is Riley Dixon. We welcome rider number 42, representing Queensland, Riley Dixon. Rider number 55, Joseph Natoli from Victoria. This is race 1 of the under 15 boys sprint semi-final. Dixon, the fastest qualifier by some about 0.4 of a second, so 0.4 of a second. He's ridden with some great confidence here this afternoon as well. Natoli has improved on his seeding throughout the day. There's been a few up and downs with the seeding, with riders getting beaten early on, but finds himself in the sprint semi-final and finds himself in there very nicely indeed. But remember, these guys were doing their fastest 200 at about 12:30 this afternoon, some 6.5, 7 hours ago. Doesn't necessarily mean it's still there now. It just depends on how these riders can recover throughout the day. It's a big day. Keep concentrating, keep warming up, keep warming down, try and stay supple. And in this stadium, trying to make sure you stay hydrated, and Natoli gets himself underway. Now, this is what we're seeing from Riley Dixon. You don't see any panic. Look at him, he's just up into the slipstream, laying off, wants to use the slingshot. Natoli moves down the back straight, but he doesn't have the pace of Dixon. Dixon is showing a lot of confidence here in this under-15 boys sprint competition. Goes across the line, takes race number 1. We keep moving forward with our under-15 boys sprints. This is our next semi-final, all Queensland affair. So 3 Queenslanders up into the final 4 here of the under-15 boys. We welcome in the black helmet, Aidan Parslow. In the white helmet, Ethan Lee. Won't be too much between these two. They've raced well today. Not a lot of pace on as they roll away through the banking. Straight up onto the bank, though. That takes some skill. Parslow leads at the bottom of the track with no pace on whatsoever, really. Wouldn't want to go much slower in the banking, but Parslow is playing the cat and mouse game. Everyone holds their breath as they go through the banking there. Ethan Lee now being forced to the front. Parslow's got him where he wants him for now. Lee leads, looking over his shoulder constantly, trying to see where Aidan is at this point of the race. They'll head towards the back straight with a lap and a half to go underneath the scoreboard here at the 200-metre line. Lee down the back straight. Not a lot of pace on from the front, keeping a good eye on where Parslow is, though. Start to line up into the home straight. Good riding there by Lee. Made sure that Parslow wasn't about to get underneath him. So he's got right away as they head towards the 200. Now has Parslow got the legs. They head down the back straight. It's going to be a drag race between the 2 young Queenslanders. They come shoulder to shoulder on the bend. Lee is holding on, just holding him off. Can he hold him off in the home straight, or is the run down the banking going to do it? Yes, it is, because in the end, Parslow was very comfortable in that last 20 metres. Aidan Parslow, he takes ride number 1. So for those who are joining us on the AusCycling YouTube channel, we move on now to the finals of our individual pursuit racing for our under-17 women. So we'll just reset with our commissaires. They'll move from their sprint positions through to their pursuit positions, get the gates up on to the track, and we'll be underway shortly with the bronze medal ride-off of the under-17 girls pursuit.
Yeah, who cares? Do you want me to zoom in a bit closer? Yeah, so we can do a little shot from there, and then you can come around. Okay, perfect. I'm sorry. And
Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the under-17 girls individual pursuit bronze medal final. We welcome in the back straight, representing Queensland, Isabella Potts. In the home straight, representing Western Australia, we have Sienna Tinkler. Underway now in the bronze medal ride-off. Good racing here this afternoon from all of our girls. Sienna Tinkler incidentally broke the West Australian state record in her ride this afternoon. So she's on some good form. She was on some great form in the teens pursuit yesterday with her team as well. They took the bronze medal. Great progression being made in WA with the coaching staff, Luke Zachariah, Ross Dyer and so forth. Doing great things, getting the numbers up in WA. Didn't used to have a team represented here in the women's division. Have one or two riders, but not a full strength team to be able to ride the team's pursuit as well as the Olympic sprint, or the team sprint, should I say. But Tinkler leading the way at the moment. Getting called by the WA coach in the home straight. Coaches tend to call them to their schedule over the first 1,000 metres, maybe even 5 laps, but then after that, they call them against the rider, because there is no point in doing a certain time if you're going to get beaten by a metre on the line. So at the moment, Tinkler doing everything she needs to do. She's about a second in front of Isabella Potts. There wasn't too much between these two this afternoon. And the way the Queensland riders have the ability to sprint home over the last couple of laps, you wouldn't want to leave any guesswork into the finale, because Isabella Potts is a class bike rider and she can come home. But Sienna Tinkler, from a triathlon background, very strong indeed, won't tend to slow down. The gap went from 1 second to 1.2. Now Sienna Tinkler is in her stride as she comes across the line. Isabella Potts took her on nicely. It's now out to 1.8 seconds. Tinkler, a little bit more strength here, is riding away with the bronze medal here tonight on AMV. Tinkler goes through. 2.4 seconds the difference. She's going to enjoy this final lap. Going to get another medal here this weekend. The West Australian. Put your hands together for Isabella Potts. She's in the top 4 in the nation. And Sienna Tinkler is going to take the bronze medal. Nicely done. We move on now to the final, the gold medal final. We welcome in the back straight, representing Queensland, Sienna Monteith. In the home straight, also representing Queensland, we welcome Ava Robbins. Underway now in the final of the under-17 girls individual pursuit. Now, Ava Robbins today rode 2:28.90, thereabouts. The national record is held by Lauren Bates, 2:28.775. So under 0.2 of a second between the time of Lauren Bates, that's the national record, and Ava Robbins. Doesn't necessarily equate that it'll happen tonight because the atmosphere does change inside this velodrome, but it was a superb ride by Ava Robbins this afternoon. Leading the way here by 1.3 seconds in front of Sienna Monteith. Into the home straight this time for Ava. 3 laps down, 5 to go for her. Moving nicely. Ava Robbins into the home straight again. Sienna Monteith doing a nice ride. We'll have a look at where the time is as they go through. 1:15.89 for Ava Robbins. And 1.5 seconds in front of Sienna Monteith. So not the same time as we saw this afternoon so far. But as I've said, the atmosphere in this velodrome does change greatly as the day goes on. I feel that that national record is going to become Ava's soon enough. There's no worries there. She leads Sienna Monteith. The Monteith is putting up a great fight here, trying to come back towards Ava Robbins. Robbins goes through. The scoreboard deserts us just for the moment. They're going to come up and get 1 lap to go now. Robbins still leads in front of Monteith. Robbins will come through, receive bell lap. Monteith will receive it in the back straight. Moving nicely. Robbins leads, best part of 50 metres between the two of them. Put your hands together for Ava Robbins, ladies and gentlemen. National champion again. I think that makes it 3 in 2 days. Nicely done. It's a bit warmer in here tonight. 2:31 the time. Sienna Monteith 2:33. But a superb day of racing for both riders. Joining us on the AusCycling YouTube channel, once again, we'll turn our attention back to the sprint events. We'll just wait for our commissaires to get themselves into position. Good little program the way it's set out tonight, putting the pursuits in between the rides. That way the sprinters get that break that they need in between the 3 rides. It does mean our commissaires get a good workout going from the track centre, then back up into the grandstand to be able to man the cameras, to be able to replay anything that it might need to get replayed. So a couple of moments and we'll be on to the line again at the start of race number 2 for our semi-finals. So we welcome back Maddie Douglas-Savage, rider number 6, and Hannah Walters, rider number 9 on the red Cervelo. Hannah Walters leads 1 race up in this best of 3. So Maddie leads the way. She's going to keep a real good eye on Hannah this time, you would think. She's the fastest qualifier, but as we've seen, tactics. Not that there was too much wrong with Maddie's, but Hannah's were just that little bit better in the first one. I don't know if Maddie will let her get away with it twice. As they lead, she leads through the bend now as they come towards the home straight again here on AMV. 2 laps to go. Hannah Walters 1 ride away from riding the National Sprint Championship gold medal ride. Maddie Douglas Savage, 2 rides to get there. And she will want to get there as well. They go past the 200 underneath the scoreboard and head towards the back straight. Douglas Savage just going up a little bit higher towards Walters this time. She's controlling the track that little bit nicer this time. Douglas Savage, they'll come into the home straight. Douglas Savage sees the move by Walters, gets on with it now. Walters tries to get up around the outside of her. It's going to have to slip back into that slipstream and try again in the home straight because she wasn't able to get round her. Needs to look for the slipstream if it's going to work, because Douglas Savage is going to be too strong from there, you would think, into the home straight. Walters can get into the slipstream, won't come out of it this time. They are going to go to 3 rides. Here we go for race number 2. Ella Smith from WA. She's 1 ride up. Amelia Zhivkova from Victoria needs to win this one to stay alive for a chance to ride in the gold medal ride-off. There's not too much between these two. As I've said before, Smith definitely did it the hard way in the quarterfinals. Doesn't seem to be too bothered. Saw her in between the session in the grandstand, looked quite fresh for somebody who's been racing all afternoon. Let's see what she can do here. Zhivkova, the Victorian, very strong, fast rider is Amelia. No pace on as they come into the home straight this time. Those 86 wheels look magnificent with all the stickers on them. And Zhivkova just on the stock standard, a little bit of a deep dish wheel, but we'll look aluminium from here. Now, what's the tactic going to be here? Ella Smith's tactic is I'm going to try and go up around the outside of you, and Amelia says, no, I don't want you to, but the run of the banking is going to make the difference down the back straight the first time. But now she's got to hang on for just over a lap. Ellis Smith, Amelia on her wheel in the slipstream. They go to the 200 and they'll go down the back straight. Ellis Smith leads the way. Amelia comes up onto the hip. Doesn't look like she's going to get round here. Ellis Smith is going to a national championship final. The West Aussie goes to the ride-off for gold. Amelia's going to have to be satisfied for racing for bronze here tonight. We have seen some upsets with the seedings here today, and Smith goes through to the final. We move on to race number 2 of the under-15 boys sprint semi-final. We welcome back onto the track the Queenslander Riley Dixon, who's 1 ride up against the Victorian Joseph Natoli. Natoli needs to win this one to keep it alive. It's a big ask here. This young Riley Dixon has ridden very confidently in the match races after a very good qualifying ride here this afternoon. Well, around midday now. There's some hours ago. He's going to, if he gets through this one, he'll meet one of his fellow Queenslanders in the final. 3 Queenslanders in the under 15 boys have made the final 4. Natoli down very low on the track. Every opportunity for Dixon here, high up the track, to be able to get the bike moving up to speed, but thinking about the legs, thinking about days racing to come. Also thinking about the next 3 rides, because he only wants to make it 3. This one and 2 others, and now Dixon, no messing about, gets himself out of the blocks now and gets underway. Joseph Natoli really going to have to do some work from there. It's going to be very hard for him to come back on Dixon. Into the slipstream, yes. Out of the slipstream, no. And Dixon goes through to the gold medal. Great piece of riding here from Riley Dixon. He's ridden with great confidence. Joseph will go back and ride for the bronze medal. We'll find out who that's going to be shortly. We're waiting on the next ride between our 2 Queenslanders. So we move on to race number 2 now between Ethan Lee, number 46, and Aidan Parslow, number 47. There's a good contest between the 2, but Aidan Parslow in the first one seemed to just have that little bit more punch over the last part of the journey. Won confidently in the end, so all the work to do for Ethan here. He's got the ability to do so. You don't make the top 4 in the National Sprint Championship by fluke. This will be a good contest between these 2 young men. Lee in the white helmet, Parslow in the black helmet. For those of you joining us on our live stream on YouTube, hope you've enjoyed the contest. Got a big week of racing ahead. A few more days of our junior championship. On Wednesday we start the elite under 19 and para championships, racing all the way through to Sunday next week. No pace on at the front here from Ethan Lee. Good bike handling skills, a lot of nerve being shown by these riders. They'll come up with 2 laps to go. They come closer together this time. Ethan Lee just backing into Parslow a little bit there, just seeing if he can force him through to the front. Don't know if that's the greatest tactic in the world in this gear ratio world that the juniors live in. Covering the track, always the better option. Ethan Lee at the top. Plenty of open track for Parslow to move when he wants to. Just drops the front wheel underneath that of Ethan Lee. Putting the pressure on. Good tactic here by Parslow. He catches him off guard. Parslow goes early. He came out of the wheel last time. Now he's going to go from the front. Aidan Parslow. Now what can Ethan Lee do from here? Because he may be able to do everything. They go into the final bend through 100 to go. Have a look at Ethan Lee up round the outside. He's quite happy to come round the outside, and he's going to do it nicely. Another race is going to go to 3. Great riding here. Ethan Lee. He was quite happy to use the slipstream. Commentator doesn't know what he's talking about. He said, I can come around the slipstream on a gear ratio. Don't worry about that. Ethan Lee puts it to 3 rides. Still more to see. So once again, there'll be a little bit of a break with our commissaires because we will be moving on to now the bronze medal and gold medal finals of our under-17 individual pursuits. So our commissaires will get themselves back into position. A little bit of a different program, but gives the riders that break in play to be able to recover from the sprint events. And of course, we're finishing off with the team sprint event tonight as well. So we'll be back with the announcement of riders shortly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the bronze medal final now of the under-17 boys individual pursuit. And we welcome in the back straight, representing Western Australia, this is Cooper Dunlop. In the home straight, representing New South Wales, we have Luca Zucchiati. There's very little between these two this afternoon, less than a second. They get away quickly. Cooper Dunlop likes a fast start. Zucchiati is stood on the top step of the podium as a junior. Nothing between the two boys as they travel at the moment. It's through the first 1,000 metres. That is going to be the one to really have a look at what the times are. Luca Zucchiati, back in 2024, well, set the national record of 2:25 in the under-15 national record. So he's got some pedigree as Luca. Cooper Dunlop, he's one of these riders who has benefited greatly as they go through. They're going to go back to the start-finish line for the first 1,000 metres. Dunlop leads ever so slightly, 0.08, nothing between these two at the moment. 112 the first kilo. Dunlop, ever since we went with the full licence, he can ride anything. He does BMX, downhill mountain bike and gravity enduro road track. He's going to fight here on his hands against Luca. As Luca now goes to the lead, 0.15 between the two of them. 2.5 laps to go. Luca ever so slightly. Dunlop not going away though. They'll get 500 metres to go now, these two riders. They go through. It's 0.16. It was 0.15. Now it's 0.16 to Zucchiati. Dunlop not going away. Can he lift? Still nothing between them. It's going to be the sprint to the line. Who wants it the most? Who's got the legs? They'll come up with 1 lap to go now. It is 0.23 now in favour of the New South Wales rider. It's going to be a sprint home. Zucchiati is lifting. Dunlop is lifting as well. It's going to be a sprint to the line over the last 100 metres. The New South Welshman was leading. They go to the line. They hit the line. It's Cooper Dunlop. Cooper Dunlop takes the bronze medal. 2:21.289. Beats Lucas Zucchiati by 0.13 of a second, and he's happy about it too, is Cooper. What a great piece of pursuing by both riders. Please put your hands together for the ride of Luca as he comes into the home straight, the New South Wales rider, and also Cooper Dunlop of WA. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on now to the gold medal ride of the under-17 boys individual pursuit championship. We welcome in the back straight, representing South Australia. This is Benjamin Cade. In the home straight, representing Victoria, is Lachlan Stewart. Lachlan Stewart broke the national record here this afternoon, taking it from 2:14 down to 2:12. Both riders away nice and cleanly. We saw Ava Robbins win the pursuit earlier. She just missed out on the national record this afternoon. It was so close, but the atmosphere has changed in here as far as the conditions to race in. I'm certainly not going to write Lockie Stewart off to go and break that record again. It doesn't necessarily, the conditions in here don't really suit it now from what they were this afternoon. Remembering he's already had a big night of racing last night and he's ridden 2:12 already here today. The Victorian looking so smooth, though. Ben Cade, though, he rode brilliantly in qualifying. Now, Lockie Stewart, he rode a 1:06.69 for his first 1,000 metres here this afternoon. We'll have a look at what his kilo time is when he comes back into the home straight this time. Ben Cade pedalling beautifully on that BT bike. We'll have a look at Stewart. Where's the time going to be this time? 1:08.322, and that's the sort of difference we saw with Ava Robbins after her sensational ride this afternoon. Just a little bit slower here in the evening. Just the difference in the atmosphere inside the track. But get behind Lockie Stewart. He's riding himself to a national title at the moment. Another national title, I must say. When we think about 2032, we think about the Brisbane Olympics. It's this age group that we'll be looking at the Olympics in 7 years' time. Stewart comes through. Out to nearly 3-second lead over that of Ben Cade. Head down the back straight. Stewart will come round this time to get bell lap. Let's make some real noise for Lockie Stewart as he comes through. He's put on a great display here over the last couple of days. He's got one lap to another national title. Ben Cade has got one lap to the silver medal, which is a superb achievement for any bike rider. Ben Cade goes through with half a lap to go on his way to silver. Ladies and gentlemen, Lachlan Stewart into the home straight. He is still going to go across 2:16.15. No trouble at all. Takes the national championship. Ben Cade goes across 2:20.513. Very similar time to what he did this afternoon. And he will take the silver. Well done. For those of you joining us on our YouTube channel, once again, we're going to go back to our sprints. We'll get our commissaires in place and we'll be with you shortly with some more racing. What a great ride by young Lachlan Stewart yesterday. For those of you who might have missed it, he was doing 6-lap turns. The last 6 laps of both teams' pursuit rides for the Victorian team. Went to the front. No trouble whatsoever, just kept riding away from the other teams. It wasn't to say that his teammates couldn't have done a turn. They were actually asking him to swing up. But he was showing everyone just how strong he is and making the most of his time out there on the track. Now as the individual pursuit champion, teams pursuit champion. You got a medal in the scratch race. There's more to come from Lachlan Stewart. Move on to the third ride now in our under 15 girls sprint championship. So Hannah Walters and Maddie Douglas Savage both have a win here each. The winner of this goes into the gold medal final. Maddie Douglas Savage, she was the fastest qualifier in this event. Hannah Walters took ride number 1 off her and did it very well indeed. And they pace on as they head down the back straight. Douglas Savage being forced to the front. She'll lead from Hannah Walters here. Remember, Hannah Walters caught her out in the first ride. Got the dive down the track before Maddie could do anything about it. Maddie took control on the last one, covered the track nicely, let it out, was unchallenged really. Walters was able to get into the slipstream very well indeed, wasn't able to come out of it though. They head to the back straight. Not a lot of pace on the front here from Maddie. And Hannah Walters, this is nice riding here, gets herself underneath. Saw that there wasn't a lot of pace on and she puts herself to the front here. Now she's going to try and hold off Maddie Douglas Savage. Maddie's going to take her on for a lap, not worrying about the slipstream. Now, is this the right thing to do as they head down the back straight? Hannah Walters leads the way. Walters leads the way in front of Maddie Douglas Savage. She leads into the home straight. And she's going to be too strong in this one. Goes across the line in first place. Maddie Douglas Savage. So 2 rides in a row for Hannah Walters. So all clear. Hannah Walters goes to the gold medal ride-off, where she will meet Ellis Smith, a Queensland versus WA in the final. We go back to ride number 3 here. Ethan Lee got one back over Aidan Parslow. Both riders have shown they're quite happy to come out of the slipstream and race each other, which is fantastic to see. It takes a lot of talent to be able to judge that sort of effort to perfection. Both these guys have shown they can do it. So this is going to be a tight tussle. See which of them are going to meet their teammate in the gold medal ride-off. No pace at the top of the track for these 2 riders. They handle it so nicely though. They'll come into the home straight at this time. Great vision here for those watching on the AusCycling YouTube channel. Lee in the white helmet, Parslow in the black helmet. Whoever wins this one rides for gold. Parslow just getting himself underneath again here of Lee. He did this in ride number 2. Lee was quite happy to follow the wheel and see which way they think about it this time as they head towards the home straight. Parslow just gave himself a little bit of room there. Now he dives down the track, underway. I don't think this is going to panic Lee at all, because this is where he was in the last one and he was quite happy to try and come round. They head down the back straight. Parslow seems to have put a bit more on it though this time as he comes through the bend. Parslow leads. Is Lee going to be able to get there? Parslow's going to be too strong. He's going to go to the final. He's on a medal for sure. Great piece of riding there from both lads, but Parslow will go into the gold medal ride. Ladies and gentlemen, we turn your attention now to the presentation ceremony of the Junior Under-17 Girls Individual Pursuit Championship. Medals to be presented by Commonwealth Games champion Louise Jones. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, representing Western Australia, Sienna Tinkler. In second place, winner of the silver medal, representing Queensland, Sienna Monteith. In first place, winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing Queensland, Ava Robbins. Ladies and gentlemen, in the grandstand, once again, please show your appreciation for our champion and medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the medal presentation of the Junior Under-17 Boys Individual Pursuit Championship of Australia. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, representing Western Australia, Cooper Dunlop. In second place, winner of the silver medal, representing South Australia, Benjamin Cade. In first place, winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing Victoria, Lachlan Stewart. And ladies and gentlemen in the grandstand, please once again show your appreciation for our champion and medalists. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes this portion of our presentations as we move on to finals for the rest of this evening. We've got the sprint finals and team sprint finals still to come. We'll be getting underway very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the first of our bronze medal ride-offs here. This is the under 15 girls ride-off, best of 3 for the bronze medal. Please welcome to the track Amelia Jirikova from Victoria and her opponent from Queensland, Maddie Douglas-Smith. Sorry, Maddie Douglas-Savage. My apologies to the family. Maddie Douglas-Savage. Our computer operator was asleep. I do apologise. Amelia leads. Douglas-Savage just up underneath her now. Fastest 2 qualifiers find themselves riding for the bronze medal here. It's been a big day of competition. Douglas-Savage leads underneath. She'll be wanting to get herself a medal here. There won't be too much between these two. They head down the back straight. It's like a bunch ride at the moment. Pace goes up. Douglas-Savage now moves and moves nicely. Jirikova in the slipstream as they come up to 1 lap to go. A lot of work to do here. But Jirikova and Maddie Douglas-Savage, she's gone from a very long way out here. After a big day of racing, can she hold off Amelia as they come into the bend? Doing a nice job of it here, the Queenslander. They come into the home straight. Douglas-Savage, she's going to hang on for race number 1. Good piece of riding. She takes ride number 1, 13.80 the time. Race number 1 to Maddie Douglas-Savage. We move on to the gold medal ride-off now. We welcome from Queensland, Hannah Walters, and from WA, Ellis Smith. Big opportunity here for both riders. Neither qualified first or second here. Ellis Smith was the 3rd qualifier. Hannah Walters has ridden brilliantly this afternoon in the match racing, absolutely brilliantly, to find herself in the gold medal ride-off. It all comes down to this next couple of rides. The Queenslander, local track, local knowledge. Is it going to be enough? Ellis Smith travelled a long way to get here. Other side of the country. All of the West Australian kids absolutely in love with the Anna Meares Velodrome. So much faster than the track at home, they reckon. Such a wonderful venue to have your national championships. 2 laps to go. Ellis Smith, she's had some very long sprints here today. She's going to have another one by the looks of things, but she's taking on Hannah Walters, who is equal to the task. Hannah rides her off through the bend. Ellis Smith, decisions to make here. She's not laying off though and going back into the slipstream. She's going to race her. There's going to be a drag race between these two. Hannah Walters with the shorter ride home is doing the job at hand. Has she got the legs to hang on though? Because this is going to hurt her as much as it's hurting Ellis Smith. It's just Ellis Smith has got to go further. They come to the line. Walters is going to hang on for ride number 1. So Smith wasn't able to get up round the outside, and Walters does a brilliant ride and holds her off. Move on to the under-15 boys. Bronze medal sprint final. This is between the Queenslander Ethan Lee and the Victorian Joseph Natoli. Ethan Lee has drawn the front spot. He'll lead away. If you win these two next rides, that means the Queensland riders are going to take first, second and third here in the under-15 sprint. Superb achievement for the riders, great achievement for the development of riders up here in Queensland. Well done to all the coaching staff and the parents. Becoming well known as BOMAD nowadays, Bank of Mum and Dad. Great support here from the Queensland cycling community. Ethan Lee leads through. Joseph Natoli follows him. Great to see the support all the other teammates who aren't racing are giving their riders out on track as they head down towards the back straight. Ethan Lee, head not quite on a swivel, but he knows where Natoli is. Plenty of track to operate in here for Natoli. They drive down the track and he goes now. Joseph Natoli underway. Ethan Lee, he doesn't mind coming from behind here. Ethan Lee, he's quite good. It's just relaxing in the slipstream and then trying to race out of it. Natoli, though, he's put a little bit more into this one here. So Ethan Lee's got a lot of work to do up around the outside. He should get the run off the banking. If he can go to the line, he does. Ethan Lee takes ride number one. Nice piece of work. We now welcome our under-15 boys sprint gold final. Rider number 42, Riley Dixon. Rider number 47, Aidan Parslow. Those of you in this grandstand, for those of you watching from home, Riley Dixon, rider number 42 on the blue bike between these two. Also the fastest qualifier here this afternoon. Parslow's drawn the front spot. He'll lead away. Best of three between these two, but Riley Dixon, he's looked very comfortable in his match race riding here today. Showing some confidence well beyond his years when he gets in the slipstream of his opponent. See what he can do here against Aidan Parslow, because his tactics have been excellent throughout the afternoon. The pace drops right off here. Riley Dixon leads into the home straight, looking for a national championship here on the Anna Meares Velodrome. Parslow just puts himself up underneath that of Dixon. Dixon seems very casual indeed, just adjusting the helmet as he went through the home straight. They head to the back straight. Dixon starts to improve his speed. Parslow goes with him. He's got him above him for now. Just trying to hold him up that little bit, but there's plenty of track to move in. Dixon now just starts to rock and roll the shoulders, gets the bike up to pace, gets round very quickly. So Dixon through the 200, down the back straight. Rode 11.95 in qualifying, which is like 60 kilometres an hour here for an under 15 on the restricted gears. Parslow knows, he gives it away, and Dixon takes ride number one comfortably. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you just saw, Amelia Chirikova has a ride through on ride number 2. Maddie Douglas-Savage has failed to present for ride number 2. So therefore, Amelia Chirikova is the winner of the bronze medal in the under-15 girls sprint championship. So please put your hands together for Amelia. So we move on now to the gold medal race number 2. This is between Hannah Walters from Queensland, who's already one ride up. Alice Smith from WA needs to win this one to stay alive for the gold medal. It's not a great deal between these two, speed and strength-wise. It really comes down to the tactics, and Hannah Walters, it has to be said, her tactics have been fantastic over the last few rides that she's done. Took on the top seed through the semi-final and found her way into the gold medal ride. And she's taken on the number 3 seed in qualifying, Ella Smith, and put her away in the first one. Ella Smith has had 3 tough rides in the quarters. She had tough rides in the semis as well. She finds herself still, though, in the gold medal ride-off. So she's got the pedigree to take all before her, but she's got to take this one now in front of Hannah Walters. They go through 2 laps to go. Tactics are plenty from these two. Both on the same frame, the Cervelo frame. The 86 wheels in the bike. Both come together there, a little bit too slow on the bend. They both slide down. Fantastic sportsmanship, ladies and gentlemen. Ella Smith helping Hannah back up. It happens in sprint racing. We slide down the track sometimes. It's not often that you see your opponent actually pick the bike up for you. So well done to both riders. Let's hope they get themselves back to the start line without any problems. We did see this happen earlier in the day with one of our New South Wales riders. Maria Williams not been able to come back to the start line. So let's hope they're okay. Commissaires just checking the track. The Queensland rider and WA rider just going to be checked over by their staff as they head down the back straight. And it looks like she might have just suffered a bit of a corky there in the way she's not clicking back in the pedals. So they'll be brought back to the start line straight away is what I'm hearing through my radio with the commissaires. I'm just going to straighten the bike up of Hannah Walters in the back straight there. So there will be a choice made by Hannah Walters. She'll be able to choose whether she wants to go first or second. When they come back to the start line, they're just sorting the bike out there. And it looks like also sorting the bike out for Ellis Smith in the home straight there. Just a little bit of a problem with the handlebars. Hannah Walters is coming back to us now, which is great to see. I was a bit worried the way she wasn't clicking her left foot back in, that she might have just suffered that corky in the thigh. I don't want to see that, not at this stage of the night. She's one ride away from winning a national title here. Big round of applause for the girls as they come back out onto the track here. Under 15 gold medal race. And Hannah Walters has put Ella Smith to the front for this one. Ride number 2, all to play for still. Three laps to go. Ella Smith will lead away. A little bit more pace on this time, certainly from Hannah. She goes straight to the top of the track. Ella Smith, though, not really looking at her opponent at the moment as she goes down the back straight. Now she sees her. Couldn't believe it. Hannah Walters now moves herself to the front. She's going to dictate terms here. The adrenaline will be pumping through both riders. Who's going to get the benefit of it? Hannah Walters now has got Ella Smith exactly where she wants her for now. She's going to dictate terms as they head down the back straight. Smith with a bit of height. Can she get up round the outside? Nice riding here from Smith. We've seen what happens from here with these junior racing now. Can Hannah Walters get herself up into the slipstream? She can get herself into the slipstream. They go through the 200. Ella Smith leads the way. Hannah Walters is going to drag race around the outside. She gets to the hip. She can't get past it, or can she? Can Hannah Walters use the banking to get around? No, she can't. Ella Smith takes ride number 2. It's going to go to 3. So 1 ride apiece here for the West Australian and the Queenslander. Great support here from the WA supporters and also the Queenslanders. But we are seeing so many rides go to 3 here today. Fantastic. So Smith, she takes ride number 2. Back on for the under-15 boys sprint bronze medal final. Ethan Lee, 1 ride up over Joseph Natoli, the Queenslander, versus the Victorian. Ethan Lee wins this. He goes to the bronze medal. It means Queensland take a clean sweep of gold, silver, bronze. Natoli's going to try and stop him from doing that. Natoli leads into the home straight. He's going to make this a long one. This is 2 laps to go here for the Victorian. Gets underway. Ethan Lee, I get the feeling he is licking his lips at the moment as they head down the back straight. Lap and a half to go. Natoli needed to try something. He knows that Lee's that little bit quicker, so he wants to try and see if he can hurt his legs. They come up with 1 lap to go. Natoli not slowing down yet. They'll head to the back straight. Ethan Lee going to have to throw the kitchen sink at him now if he wants to get up and around, because Natoli is hanging on. Ethan Lee up round the outside. He's going to use the run of the bank into the home straight. The bronze medal is going to go the way of Queensland, which means they will end up with 1st, 2nd and 3rd here in the under-15 boys sprint championship. We're just got to find out who takes gold and silver now. Great racing from Joseph and Ethan. Ethan will go home with the bronze medal this evening. We move on to the 2nd ride now of the under-15 boys sprint gold final. Riley Dixon, 1 ride up on the blue bike, up against his teammate Aidan Parslow. High at the top of the track here for the two riders as they come through with 2 laps to go. Two young Queenslanders. Remember these names. Remember all the names of our 15s and 17s that you see here this year. They are the ones who are in the melting pot as we move through to 2032. Riley Dixon, Aidan Parslow. Could you imagine it? Final of the Olympic Championship 2032. 2 Queenslanders. Is it possible? Maybe. Who knows? Certainly in the team sprint. Now coming to the home straight. Parslow gets underway earlier this time. Takes on Riley Dixon from the front this time. Dixon so comfortable in second wheel. Look at the speed, the closing speed of Riley Dixon here. Forget about gear ratios. This young man is just faster and stronger than the competition, and he takes the gold medal here tonight. Well done to Riley Dixon of Queensland, gold medalist, champion of Australia, under 15 boys sprint. So, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the bronze medal ride now of the team sprint, under 17 girls team sprint bronze final. We welcome in the back straight the team from South Australia, the team of Libby Smith, Sophia Baker and Isabella Blackwell. In the home straight, we welcome the team of Queensland, April Paddy, Michaela Gibbs and Ava Robbins. Underway in the home straight. Ava Robbins coming out very quick from third wheel. South Australia getting themselves together nicely here. But the Queensland team out to that little bit quicker start with Paddy on the front. Swings up now, the Queensland team. It's not about time this time, it's about who crosses the line first. As they head down the back straight, Gibbs now shows her way through. Michaela Gibbs leading the Queenslanders nicely, and it'll be Ava Robbins as she comes into the home straight who'll take over. Queensland well underway. Robbins needing a little bit more on the gear as she heads down the back straight. They're well clear of South Australia for the bronze medal here. Robbins will come into the home straight. Another medal going to go into her trophy cabinet. Queensland stopped the clock. 55.201 for Queensland. South Australia will finish with fourth. Another bronze medal for the Queensland team. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the under-17 girls team sprint gold medal final. In the back straight, we welcome New South Wales, represented by Jenna Gallagher, Erin Prince and Alexis Phillips. In the home straight, the fastest qualifiers representing Western Australia are Ava Rogers, Vianna Jajafian and Maddie Pitt. Underway in the final now. Western Australia being led away by Ava Rogers. Nice and tight together down the back straight. New South Wales starter just out to a little bit better of a lead there, Gallagher. Western Australia into the home straight this time. It's New South Wales, the starter was quicker. The Jaffian now leads Maddie Pitt. Maddie Pitt laying off as she did in the qualifying ride. Nothing between them this time though. New South Wales have lifted their game for the final. Western Australia coming to the home straight. The Jaffian gets out the way, hands over to Pitt. All the work to do now between Pitt and New South Wales, but Maddie Pitt, Western Australia out to about a 20-metre lead here. The girls from WA come into the home straight and take the national championship. 54.361. New South Wales just trailing off in the last lap. They'll take silver, everything to be proud of. The gold medal and the jerseys will go back across to Western Australia. We move on now to the under-17 boys team sprint bronze final. I can guarantee you South Australia are going to get the medal. In the back straight, we welcome the South Australia B team of Kane Azapati, Hunter Wood and Tyler Kurif. In the home straight, we welcome South Australia A, Ewan Grierson, Jet Petts and Mitchell Stevens. Nice clean start for both teams here. South Australia A versus South Australia B. Bragging rights in the team camp here for the bronze medal. Nice start there from Azapati once again for the South Australia B team. They head down the back straight and they slightly lead the A team at the moment. The B team ever so slightly in front. Now Pet's trying to bring the A team back onto a good line here, as it's Wood versus Petts as they head down the back straight. Nothing between them, but it looks like the South Australian A team just slightly getting themselves in front. Half a lap to go. It's the A team that are starting to show a clean pair of wheels to the B team, and the South Australian A team will come down, hit the line in first place, 50.215. They'll take the bronze medal, just 0.26 in front of the South Australia B team. Great depth of talent in South Australia for the years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the final now of the under-17 team sprint gold medal ride for the under-17 boys. In the back straight, we welcome the team of Western Australia. Trent Rensburg, Tobias Zoe and Lincoln Andrews. In the home straight, we welcome the team of Victoria. Ben Woods, Riley Boyd and Lachlan Trentin. The top two qualifiers, there was 0.011 of a second between these teams in qualifying. Do not take your eyes off the track. If you're joining us on AusCycling YouTube, don't blink, because there is nothing between these two teams in qualifying. Both teams away very nicely indeed. Trent Rensburg broke the WA state record in his start this afternoon, and he's gone out like a bat out of hell this time. Tobias Zoe, the sprinter, in second wheel, runs at the back wheel. WA and Victoria are locked together as they go through. Boyd versus Zoe now as they go down the back straight. Victoria and WA, there's nothing between them here. There is nothing between them in qualifying. Victoria and WA ever so slightly as they go through, 0.12 of a second. Who's got the legs? Andrews for WA or Trentin for Victoria? Trentin is fighting back. He's got some work to do. They'll go to the line. WA have done the double. 49.212. Western Australia under-17 boys and girls take the gold medals in the team sprint championship. Well, to everyone joining us on the AusCycling YouTube channel, we've got one race to go. If you're sitting in WA, I hope you're smiling. It's been a great night. We've got one more to come, and it'll be the ride-off for the gold medal in the under-15 Girls Sprint Championship. Hannah Walters of Queensland going up against Ellis Smith of Western Australia. I say it always happens in threes. Can WA get a third gold medal here this evening in the space of 15 minutes? We'll wait and see. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the last race of the night. This is the deciding ride in the under 15 girls sprint. Gold medal on the line. Hannah Walters from Queensland won the first race. Ellis Smith from Western Australia, she won the second race. They roll away now. Everyone's still very excited after watching the team sprint competition. Can Western Australia take 3 championships in the space of about 15 minutes here on the Anna Meares Velodrome? Or can Hannah Walters do what every rider wants to do, win the biggest competition of her career so far on her home track? Hannah Walters leads through. I'm looking into the grandstands and I can see a few tears being shed by 1 or 2 parents here this evening after those rides, which is lovely to see. Hannah Walters is going to make this a long one now. What's going to happen here? Ellis Smith straight up round the outside. Not going to worry about the slipstream. Ellis Smith leads into the home straight. She's seen 2 WA teams take a gold medal so far. The West Australians are cheering from the track centre. Hannah Walters can't seem to get the slipstream. She drops the head down the back straight. Ellis Smith is going to come into the home straight. She's going to be the gold medalist. She's going to be the national sprint champion. Western Australia are taking 3 championships in the space of 15 minutes here to end the night of competition on Anna Meares Velodrome. Well done to the coaching staff. Well done to all the mums and dads in the stands supporting the riders. What a night, a golden night for the black and gold. Ladies and gentlemen, I turn your attention to the presentation ceremony of the Under-17 Girls Team Sprint. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, Queensland, represented by April Paddy, Michaela Gibbs, Ava Robbins, and Grace Hunter. In second place, and winners of the silver medal, New South Wales, represented by Jenna Gallagher, Erin Prince, and Alexis Phillips. In first place, winners of the gold medal and national champions, Western Australia, represented by Ava Rogers, Viana Najafian, and Maddie Pitt. Ladies and gentlemen, in the grandstand, please once again show your appreciation for our national champions and medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation ceremony of the Under-17 Boys Team Sprint. In third place, and winners of the bronze medal, South Australia, represented by Ewan Grierson, Jet Petts, and Mitchell Stevens. In second place, and winners of the silver medal, Victoria, represented by Ben Woods, Riley Boyd, and Lachlan Trenton. In first place, winners of the gold medal and national champions, Western Australia, represented by Trent Rensburg, Tobias Zoe, and Lincoln Andrews. Ladies and gentlemen, please once again show your appreciation for our national champions and medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the under-15 girls sprint. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Victoria, Emilia Jurevkova. In second place, representing Queensland, Hannah Walters. In first place, winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing Western Australia, Ellis Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the under-15 boys sprint championship of Australia. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Queensland, Ethan Lee. In second place, winner of the silver medal, representing Queensland, Aidan Parslow. In first place, winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing Queensland, Riley Dixon. Ladies and gentlemen, please, for one last time today, show your appreciation for our national champion and medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes this presentation. If you're travelling home from Anna Meares Velodrome this evening, please take care. We'll see you tomorrow. If you've joined us on the AusCycling YouTube channel, it's been an absolute delight to bring you the racing today. We hope you can join us again tomorrow on the YouTube channel. Good night.